there, good morning. Welcome along to Tuesday's action here at the MODUS Super Series, live and exclusive on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It's the middle day of Group A. 6 players joined the fight to make it to Champions Week yesterday, and here's what happened on day one. Sven Verdonk struggled through Monday in truth. The Belgian has visible issues with his release and ended the day with just one win to his name. His Belgian compatriot, John Desrimo, enjoyed slightly more success. He earned himself 2 victories on the opening day. Mark Barilli was brilliant in this win over Robert Thornton, but it was just one of 2 triumphs for the Scotsman. Wales's Mike Warburton managed 3 wins, and he who reached Champions Week last time out is firmly in the hunt for top spot. As is Thornton himself, after picking up 6 points yesterday without being at his best. The Scotsman in position to make a move today. But it was Australia's Jeremy Fagg who topped the table, recovering from losing his first match to the Thorn by winning his following 4. And Glenn Durrant yesterday said that Fagg was the man to watch, and it turned out to be the case. But just that point I just made, Glenn, he lost that first match from being 3-0 up. Yeah. Showed great character then to win the next 4. Yeah, it was interesting to see his social media response to that he wasn't very happy the way that he played yesterday as well. So maybe there's more in the tank for Jeremy, but I was very impressed, and his stats confirmed where he's at. He's regularly around the 88 average mark to 92, so he's got a very solid game. I think he still needs 1 extra gear. And where he's at in the table is top of it. There you see 8 points for him, 6 for Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton, and they're not the kind of names that you want chasing you down, are they? Yeah, very interesting for Thornton, the fact he won his last 2, and just something also I noted, he's playing that alpha male role in the players area today. He's the voice you can hear. I think moving Tuesday is all about the Scot. Can you see either Mark Barilli or John Desrimo making the charge? I mean, Mark Barilli's got the game. I was so disappointed in his game against Verdonk. It wasn't his technical ability, his nous around the dartboard. I think he lost it with his mindset and his focus and concentration. He never really recovered for that. Mike Warburton wasn't great at challenge to. Really, his match practice has sort of been the modus where he plays his best darts. I think it's out the top 2 already. Well, let's show you a wider picture of what happened yesterday in terms of the statistics. There you see, highest winning average was actually 95. Usually you do get a real blistering performance. We didn't get that yesterday. Yeah, what's interesting is 95, but look at that overall average, just shy of 88. It's a very, very competitive group. Like I said, I think all 6, even Verdonk really showed at times that they're still in for this. It's all to play for still. I quickly ask you about Verdonk. He's visibly got a problem with his release. It's something he's suffering with, isn't it? Because once the first dart goes, the next 2 are all right. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I know Sven. I thought I'd played him many times. I was surprised when I looked at the stats there, and he just feels like he's holding that first dart about 5 seconds too long. Did he watch the sort of the feedback there? Is he going to implement any changes? I reread his notes I made on him after speaking to him over the weekend. He's here to win it, so that tells me his form's decent. Well, let's see what the bookies think in terms of winning this group. And of course, Fagg has now become the favourite top spot. Robert Thornton, though, close behind, and Mike Warburton, they're seeing it as a 3-horse race. Yeah, and I totally agree with that. And for me, I think Robert Thornton is the value there. I just seen something yesterday late on. I thought he was poor and got 6 points. I see a different Robert Thornton backstage. I think it's a D makes his move. We'll have a look at what Glenn has gone for as well for today. And these are, does his tips talk us through them? Yeah, I've gone for a real big 13-1 after my disappointment yesterday. So Robert Thornton to win big against Sven Verdonk. The most 180s Thornton against Desmero, who did it 3 in 1 match yesterday. So hence the reason that's even money. And more 180s again for Barilli against Verdonk, which I think is great value at 2-1. If you are going to have a bet, of course, do gamble responsibly. 18+, begambleaware.org now. Glenn's obviously done his homework there. Henry Deacon's been doing his homework as well, and he has set another Tuesday tungsten teaser. So here is the question for you at home. Tweet your answers to @MSS Darts, and if you get it right, we'll give you a shout out at the end of the show. So name the 8 previous Super Series players to have lost any World Youth Championship final. I think that rules you out, Glenn. But if anyone has got any of those answers, tweet them to us at MSS Darts, and Henry and Glenn in commentary will give the winners a shout out. Right, the first match, a quick word on that, because it was a last match yesterday, and Jeremy Fagg beat Mike Warburton 4-0.
Yeah, I think Mike Warburton, one thing I will say, Mike Warburton will play better than that last game yesterday. I don't think it'll linger too much. It's a big game for both players. Like I say, moving Tuesday is important. It starts from game 1.
Can Warburton reverse the result? Let's find out in the company of this man and Henry.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Super Series. It is Tuesday, so it is moving day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we kick off with a battle that ended yesterday, and a battle which saw the winner take top spot. And it was Jeremy Fagg who ran out a 4-0 victor against Mike Warburton in that one. He really was the standout player over the course of yesterday, the most consistent performer in terms of averages. As for Mike Warburton, well, the day started off quite well. Some really good performances to kick off. He won 2 of his first 3 matches, but they'd be disappointed with that final effort against Jeremy, averaging just 73 in the process. But it's a new day, a refreshed and recharged Warby, the former World Masters semi-finalist, looking to make it back to Champions Week for a second successive stint, having made it here last time.
First leg, Jeremy to throw first.
Danny McNamara is our referee for all of the day's action. And the first start of the day is going to be thrown by Jeremy Fagg. And joining me here in the commentary box to mull over all the action
45
over the next few hours. Good morning, Glenn Darrant.
Yeah, lucky you, H. Very poor performance from Mike Warburton in the last game of yesterday. You'll want to correct that. Moving Tuesday, is a real big. But for me, I just see a different
60.
Robert Thornton, even just walking through the players' area there. He seems very happy. I think he feels like he's got away with yesterday. And sometimes when you're not at your best, and you can still be in second place, I think it shows you the calibre of the man. And a 2-1 to win the group, I think that's fantastic value.
And it is the sort of group and the sort of day where value could be found in many different places.
60.
Still not much wavering in terms of the bookmakers' odds for the week. The only real difference is Sven Verdonkers moved out from 22 to 40 to 1. That's where not really much
59.
changing. Jeremy Fagg, despite the good day yesterday, still labelled at 7 to 1 with the bookmakers to win the week. He's now the 15 to 8 favourite to win Group A. Never rule out a man with the class of Mike Warburton. Is he at 9 to 4 perhaps a value?
I don't think so, no. And a couple of reasons I think that. I mean, his 180 scoring yesterday was by far the least. He only hit
60.
180 yesterday. And even, his big finish, and he just had the 102 finish yesterday. And on the back of quite a disappointing challenge to it a few weeks ago at Milton Keynes. So for me, that's telling me he's not in great form. I don't think he has a lot of match practice, H. I think he's not doing County Super League. So he relies heavily on going into a challenge tour or the MODUS Super Series. Now, I just think that could be his comeuppance this week.
140.
Well, price at 140. It was an uncharacteristically slow start there from Jeremy Fagg. That's left him a finish after 15. But neither player at the minute getting out the blocks and the traps fairly strongly.
Yeah, Jeremy yesterday's anything that was
60.
100 plus finish.
Jeremy require 100
finishes a 119, 128, 126, 114, 126, 104 just on day one. So every time you see something like 137, you think he's in with a chance. Treble 19 would be nice.
59.
Still a big ask for Warby, but
145.
I think he needs something like this. Like I said, he needs a couple of 180s very quickly and a real big finish to get himself going, because just look how beautifully straight of a player he is. And it's hard for me to try and dissect
60.
everything, because if
Jeremy
someone come to see me,
78.
that's the type of throw I would have loved for someone to walk away after working with him. Looks like it's going to be 1 dot at tops for Fagg. Finishing was sublime
58.
yesterday. Will he repeat that?
Mike, you
It was
require
a tough
85.
ask after that second. That seemed to cover an awful lot of the bed. Will be treble 15. potentially it's either bull, which it will be. How straight is he this early?
Game shot.
Very, very straight.
Mike
That's
Warburton.
the kind of thing for Mike Warburton that he needs today. That spark, that catalyst, that move. And sometimes just as simple as a bullseye can make you feel really good, because
Second leg,
that's
Mike
also
to
a break
throw
of
first.
throw as well. And you
Game
probably
on.
didn't think with 21 darts to be breaking, Jeremy. It was interesting to see your social media last night, Jeremy. Even though he was sat on top, he wasn't 100% happy with his game and feel there's a lot more to come.
60.
I had a good study. I read that, so I studied his, past 6 months. Nice 9 darter in the DPA, but his average is around about 88 to 92, very consistently.
140.
I think if you're going to beat someone like Robert Thornton this week, Henry, that he needs to get closer to the 100 average on a couple of the occasions.
And I think we were having this similar conversation with Mal Cumming last week, and we kind of mentioned it a little
100.
bit yesterday, is to get better, and Raymond Smith's alluded to this before, for players in those territories that haven't got the access to this kind of mainstream darts as often as they perhaps would have liked because
80.
of geographical reasons and things like that, and that's why ADC Oceania is doing such good work, is they've got a really good level, but they're not being forced to push it when they need to push it. And so sometimes, like anything, if you're not
100.
being forced to push, then you don't need to make that kick. And so when you get to scenarios like this, you're inexperienced in knowing when to make those pushes to the line. And Raymond Smith's made that very open himself. And we can see the
100.
quality of players that are coming through Oceania. It's now bringing that strength and depth. And I think by playing in events like this, you will bring that.
Yeah, my only argument to that was when I played in the BDO. In the first round, I played the Milkman, the second round, the Postman,
100.
and the third round, the Coleman, because, the quality sort of only come really late on. And also, technology is fantastic now, Henry. There's nothing wrong with you now switching on, whatever app you want to play on and playing someone across the world who's
62.
averaging over 100. The
Mike
players like
O'Barr,
Connor Scott, they're
141.
regularly playing online, so the games are out there. So I think their argument's sort of, as we look at this 141, that argument sort of, for me, it's a little bit old
89.
now. There's other
Jeremy
options
O'Barr,
for people in these
119.
territories that can still be playing great players. So treble 20. You feel he needs this, and every time he's on 100 plus,
99.
that's twice he's gone low on the top
Mike,
bed.
you require 52.
Double 16 for Warburton. 8 to a 2-0 lead.
30.
Is that an opportunity he's going to end up ruining, because he
Jeremy
could have really
O'Barr,
taken
20.
advantage of Jeremy Fagg on an off game here. And he gets the
Game
break
shot
back, and
second
it's one
leg,
apiece.
Jeremy Fagg.
Yeah, remember that moment, Henry, because I think that's a bigger moment that we quite anticipate the moment, because 2-0.
Third leg, Jeremy to throw first.
It's a big
Game on.
statement to say, and he just, when that moment comes. And it just goes back to me about being just a little bit sharper at the moment for Mike. I don't know if he's a massive practicer or anything like that, but I was
81.
surprisingly disappointed how he performed at Challenge 2 of this year. Like I said, but he does provide, he does produce his best here at the MODUS Super Series. He loves that stage.
100.
I could watch him all day.
Pretty much been here since day dot, Mike Warburton. Even back in the days when we were playing on webcams in people's kitchens, conservatories,
49.
bedrooms. Don't know if you've ever seen the video of Jared Cole playing on that stonkingly hot day in his conservatory. There's pretty much sweat dripping from the top of the conservatory.
Yeah, I had a big tournament and I played Nathan Aspinall in the
100.
semi-final. And Nathan said, "I'm having a barbecue. Can we now make it like 7 o'clock at night?" It was 6 o'clock. I was roasting, absolutely roasting. And we agreed to play in our dart shirts. And I remember it was in my old property.
134.
Yeah, I was absolutely dripping. I played Andy Bolton in the final, but Michael Smith was in it, Chris Dobie, Adam Hunt, Ryan Joyce. It's a brilliant competition. Right in the heart
60.
of when we had all the the COVID issues of not leaving the property.
I'm
45.
going to say that's probably the most extreme example of going around a mate's house and throwing some arrows ever, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, we talked about the amount of hundreds Mike Warburton score. And already today, that trend is continuing. Just even so early in this match, just look at that 100 bed. What he needs to do now, it doesn't take
100.
Einstein to tell you that them hundreds need to
141.
become 140s and 180. Just the 180 yesterday, which is so surprising when he can throw a dart like that. It's twice he's missed the treble 19 on the 141.
97. Jeremy require 92.
Yeah, options here. And only one player I've seen at the MODUS Super Series has gone for the bull. And Jeremy becomes the second. So you're guaranteeing yourself a dart at the bull. But the unfortunate one is that he's covered it. Now, I did watch a video
62.
yesterday. Do you remember the bullseye from Phil Taylor
Mike
and James
O'Hare,
Wade? That was on the
44.
socials yesterday. Now, Mike Warburton had something similar to this finish in the last leg. He had 2 darts at double 16. This is a big dart already early in this match. And
Game
that
shot
is
the
much
third
better.
leg,
And
Mike
that is
Warburton.
darts in one just little exercise there. In second leg, he had the 2 darts. The pressure's on that last dart at double
Fourth leg,
8.
Mike to
He misses, your
Throw
opponent pings
Game
in.
on.
And that's for a breaker throw. And if you can master that, master them 2 dart combinations, because he has got the scoring power, I promise you. And that is only a second of the week, and that is timing.
As shown in diagram B.
Do I still get that as a cross on my bingo sheet?
We'll let you have it. Warburton's been
96.
threatening, though, the kick in this game over the last couple of legs, but hasn't until now been able to really utilise it. Now he is kicking. Paddling along this leg quite nicely.
100.
Clearly the guys in the players area are watching, because there was a big sigh when he missed that 5th dart there. There's no volume in the players area, but they have got pictures. They are watching.
100.
Sometimes when we flick on the averages and that, you can hear like a conversations being made there. But considering there's, people from varying different countries in there, they all seem to be getting on very, very well. This is the Mike Warburton we love and know.
190.
He's doubled his 180 scoring in one leg alone. That's telling me Moving Tuesday, Dozer has got it wrong. Maybe it is the day that Warburton really kicks in.
Is this the moving moment for Mike
134.
Warburton?
Mike requires
41 for a 3-1 lead. It'll be the first holder throw in this match, and he could get it done in the space of 4 visits. He's going to get 6 darts if he wants so. But only needs the 3. That's a 12 darter. And Mike Warburton's made his mid-match move to move into a 3-1 lead, forcing Jeremy Fagg here to win 3 on the spin if he is going to keep his spot at the top of the table and move on to 10 points. Now, because of the legs difference, Mike Warburton being on -1 and Jeremy Fagg plus 11, Jeremy would stay top of the table, but he would have company on 8 points. And then the door would be open for Robert Thornton in the 3rd game against Sven Verdonk to make it a 3-way tie
100.
at the top of the table.
Yeah, I was asked the question by Chris Murphy there. Do you think Mike Warburton was good value? Is it the day-to-day? Just when you're looking at the stats and looking at the form, I just didn't feel like maybe it was his week. I'm very happy praising him and maybe talk a little bit too much about how beautiful that throw is, but I just didn't feel that this week was going to be the one for him. But this has been a really proficient start. Very steady. Just shy of the 90 average, which was in old money is exactly the sort of benchmark that you're looking for. And this is a very professional performance, keeping his emotions to himself, yet just having that steely determination to get through what is a very tough game.
100.
Jeremy's only defeat yesterday was in his opening game. That was to Robert Thornton. He led 3-0 in that particular match.
140.
After a couple of days, if we see this as a trend, it's something that we can pick up upon. Although here, leaving 87 to make it 3-2, but it's going to be put under some considerable pressure. Maximum pressure for Mike Warburton, leaving double 12 after 12. And so now, this 87 has to go. It's only going to be the solitary dart of the bullseye to save it. Not to be.
53. Mike, you require 24.
This has been a very patient performance and a
shot,
very
and a match,
professional
Mike
performance.
Warburton.
And Mike Warburton has just put in an excellent performance to win that match by 4 legs to 1 against top of the table Jeremy Fagg, who lost his first game yesterday. Shows a little bit of frustration on his part as Mike Warburton sprints off the stage. And the tail of the tape, Mike Warburton with a lovely 91.06. He'd be delighted with that start. And next up, it's the turn of John Desmarais against Mark Borelli.
Welcome back. A result reversal in the opening match as Mike Warburton defeated Jeremy Fagg 4-1. And Mark Borelli is looking to do something similar here. He won his first 2 matches yesterday, but lost the final 3, ending with defeat to John Desmarais. And both players ended day 1 on 4 points. So will it be a repeat of that, or can Borelli do exactly what Warby did in match 1? Let's find out with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, what is day 2 going to bring for the debutant John Desmarais from Belgium? The Killer Bee played at the World Championship last year. He takes on Mark Borelli. Also played that particular Lakeside tournament, former last 16 in the World Masters. 2022 was a bit of a resurgence year for him.
Game on.
And for both players, it was steady enough going on the opening day, but at the same time, perhaps 45. Would have expected a little bit more in the points column.
Yeah, it was the match after Mark Borelli really disappointed against Sven Verdonk. He was played 2-1-2 with a big win over Robert Thornton. You thought maybe today was the day for Mark Borelli, and I was a little bit disappointed in him in his match against Sven. I don't think he dealt with the challenge, and he didn't really show the patience that you need when you're playing Sven.
100.
He's very happy in this type of environment where he's rat-a-tat-tat with a player. I mean, the fact that John Desmarais has a throw where it's just a little flick of his wrist there, as you can see. So he actually shows that he's a little bit quicker than you would anticipate. So, and I think Mark enjoys this game. And I think they enjoy playing each other, hence the reason it went the full 7 legs yesterday. So it'll be another tight one, both sat sort of middle to low in the Group A. So you want to get off and reach that 6 points this early.
140.
Well, we saw this yesterday from John Desmarais, where he really got out the traps flying in his opening match. It was the highest average of the day yesterday, that 95.43 against Sven Verdonk in a 4-0 victory. He could be kicking off today in some fine fettle The Killer Bee wants tops.
96. Mark require 138.
And the 138's not going to go, and so Desimo will get a second crack at double 10 to take the opening leg.
82. John, you require 20. Game shot in the first leg.
That's
John
right in the middle.
Desimo.
He'll be happy with that start. And as Henry alluded to, his best game yesterday was the opening one. And Mark Borelli probably looked
Second
at the
leg,
team
Mark
sheet
to
today and thought,
Throw
why have I got John first?
Game on.
And for Johnny, it's about sustaining that form for the rest of the day because, yeah, he hit a few 16 darters yesterday, and that's exactly what he's provided there.
34.
And in this format, if you're going out in 16, 17, you're going to be incredibly hard to beat because that is around about the par for the course here.
95.
I mean, in professional terms, we talk about 5-turn visits being the par. Here we kind of give them a little bit more leeway. 6 visit legs can sometimes just be
45.
enough.
I mean, just getting on the board at 10 o'clock in the morning in this environment, it's not easy. You know, Group A I always find very tough, and I always think Group A is one of them
96.
ones for the younger players as well, because potentially you're playing 5 days on the spin. So you've got to realise you don't put all your eggs in one basket, and
41.
you're working to try and peak for Saturday night. So it's great to get out of Group A, but second or third I always think is really important as well, because if you can get into Group B, where the scenario is 3 from
81.
5, rather than the Group C, where once again you're playing on the morning. And when I looked at the Group B and C players, yeah, it's another great week here in Portsmouth.
90.
And you can join us on Saturday night.
Indeed you can. What a segue that is, Glenn. Indeed you are. You can join what is an intimate darting experience. It's unique in every single way. Scan that
99.
QR code, otherwise known as the Tungsten T-Rex, to join us here each and every single Saturday evening. It takes you over to dartshop.tv where you can
96.
claim and
John, you
purchase
require
your tickets for
130.
every single Saturday night session here at the Super Series. We'll flash it back up on your screen temporarily. John Desimo isn't going to give us a flash of brilliance with the
40.
130.
Mark require 95.
Yeah, he was looking quite menacing there. I was beginning to think, but 76. I say so many players go double-double. And
55.
he did do some bizarre
John, you
going. Remember going for
require
double
90.
17 for another double yesterday, Borelli. So he's tough to watch. But it's bull again for John. We saw how it changed again for Warby in the first one.
65.
And line and length was
Mark
just
require
off.
40.
Perfect marker.
Game shot on the second
Perfect
leg.
execution. Mark
Mark
Borelli is 1-1. This is another good game. There wasn't a lot to split between them yesterday. Both averaging in the mid-80s throughout the game. And that trend is continuing this match too. So it could just come down to a bit of brilliance. One big finish. Just keep it nice and focused.
The only thing I would say about
84.
John is he's got this odd tendency just to slip one way or the other in either the 5 or the 1.
And my theory on it is that flick of the wrist. If he just if he doesn't bring that
125.
wrist back, and I think that's where the tendency is to come there. So see, then that's the one. Then he knew. It's all about timing when you really flick a dart.
45.
Whereas Mark's very much, he'll hold it in position for a second and then it's just a little micro pullback. You shouldn't see as much inconsistency there, but as you can see with that first
95.
start, it was nearly treble 12, so he nearly made me. Whereas if you look at that, it's just, there's no aim, it's just bang. It's just flick of the wrist, and I would love to see
119.
if John, how he feels and how if he could just stand there and bring their arm back just a touch.
135.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see some of the angles. We get some great camera shots of over the head of the players as well, where you can actually see their eye line, where their darts are sat.
41.
So sometimes it's good to work out what
146.
dart you have so you get them to stand up or to understack. I mean, that's the perfect dart.
98.
Borelli's just beginning to take control of this game, because this would be a breaker throw.
Hold your horses, because here comes the Killer Bee! Could it be a sting in the tail?
Record 48. Game shot on the third
Maybe
leg,
not, because that's a
Mercury.
Borelli break, stopping Desimo in his tracks, leading 2-1, and as Glenn rightly says, has control of the game
Fourth leg,
now.
Mark to throw first.
That finish was as
Game on.
sweet as honey. And Borelli is just one of those players. You just can't wait. Sometimes the referee, because there is a little break in between each leg, the referee just has to hold him back. I've seen Mark Borelli play best of 5, best of 7s on the BDO circuit in the old days. Honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I say 3 or 4 minutes. He was
81.
lightning quick. He was as quick as Ricky Evans, Mark Borelli, in maybe 15 years ago. And there's my favourite camera angle. That's what the player can see. That's what you can see when you're playing darts.
140.
So sometimes I hear people, why did he move from that treble 20? Well, I mean, that's tough to see the treble 20 there. But he uses that. He feeds off that first dart, whereas other players will sit under the treble 20. Again, that's the perfect dart. Just look at the way it's sat up there.
45.
You can see the angle, the trajectory of the dart going in each time for Borelli. But the greatest of them all, Phil Taylor, was a total opposite of the way them darts are going. He would what we call
81.
understack, where he was just sitting them on top, like on a stairs. So no two players are the same, that's for sure.
54.
Chris Mason likes to use the analogy that a player throws like a grip of a pen. Everybody knows how to write, but they write in different ways because they grip the pen in different ways.
41.
Yeah, I don't teach grip. It's one thing you can't do. It's attempt to put the dart down and pick it up. You can try and amend your and work with your grip. But for me, it's about the word feel. When you're holding a dart, it's got to feel right in your hands.
Any questions about that, you can fire them in at MSS Darts, and myself and Glenn will answer them over the course of the day. But before we do that, let's see if Borelli can take out this ton. Didn't go tops, so treble 20 for double 10. Desimo also left on a ton. It's a B, once again, for Desimo 2-2.
Stop nicking my jokes.
40. Mercury require 40.
This is nice. This is nice from Borelli. And like I said, the two players, I was asked by Chris Murphy, do you think Warburton or Borelli, is it moving Tuesday for them? And I quite flatly said I didn't feel it was. I felt it was a real 2-horse race between Fag and Robert Thornton. It looks like once again I'm wrong, because Borelli and Warburton are looking mighty fine right now. And I think Desmaro's played his part in a really entertaining game.
That is what you call solid. That's what you call perfect.
Yeah, we have this fascination with averages, don't we? So you can see there, 85 and a 180 there takes it up to just shy of 90.
93.
The times I say to people, averages, it's about how well you're hitting your doubles. You hit your doubles, your averages will be up there with your better.
100.
If you have a real stinker of a leg, that'll be demonstrated in your final score. I've enjoyed this game. It's been a good start to the day, hasn't it?
84.
Yeah, I mean, the first game between Jeremy and Warby definitely sparked into life, didn't it, in the second half? This has been really solid. I mean, the only reason the averages are where they are is because, as we saw there, it's just been the odd straight dart into the 5 or the 1 here and there.
$96. Mercury require 96.
Keeps a minute, but 96 is a finish. Dart players like options. Stays it stays. So he's going to
56.
John, feel, Henry, that 88. This 88 must go.
He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 14. Down for double 7. Doesn't
81.
go. And so Borelli is back
Mercury
for tops
40.
to seal a 4-1 win to kick off his day.
Game
And
shot,
in it goes for 13 darter to finish for Mark Borelli, who sets out his stall for the day ahead here at the Live Lounge, getting the better of John Desimo by 4 legs to 1, averaging just underneath 91 and 4 out of 5 on the doubles. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's Robert Thornton up against Fen Redonk.
Next up here at the MODUS Super Series, a darting legend takes to the stage as multiple major winner and two-time World Seniors champion Robert Thornton continues his Group A campaign. And he's looking to be the first man today to repeat a result from yesterday. That's after both Mike Warburton and Mark Barilli avenged losses from Monday. Can Belgium's Sven Verdonk do the same, or will Thornton dish out another defeat? That question will be answered over a possible 7 legs, with Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant providing commentary.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, so far, not so good for me. I said Warburton and Borelli won't be the guys who'll be kicking straight in and looking at moving shoes. I said it was all about, for me, Jeremy Fagg and Robert Thornton. I've thrown them both under the bus, but I do feel it's just something about Robert Thornton today, Henry. Just his demeanour. I think them last 2 wins he got yesterday, knowing he wasn't at his best, but still got the 6 points, still got the 2nd place. And I just think he's playing that real role in that where he's the main guy. You can hear his voice the most. And I fully anticipate a good day for the Thorn.
And look, Robert Thornton is experienced a campaigner that this format has, so he'll know the intricacies of what a good day one, what a bad day one can do, because he's probably been in both positions before, he has been in both positions before. So he's not going to panic about what happened on the opening day. He'll just know that he's just got to make a bit more of a kick on Tuesday.
Yeah, and I think panic's a great word when you're playing Sven. You're going to be standing behind him for 20 to 25 seconds. So it's patience is really, really the key word for me in this. It's about focus and mindset. You know, I've heard of players stand behind singing a song, looking at something on the carpet, making sure your flights are straight. You need to find something rather than just standing and looking at the board of when Sven is throwing. That's any advice I would give, is playing someone who's methodical, slow. I think it's really important there. But I think Sven, I mean, he hit, you know, a good amount of 180s yesterday. He hit 5 and some nice 100-plus finishes too. It was just sometimes I think he was battling with himself and his technique. But whether he's had any feedback overnight and whether people have heard the comms, I mean, he just looks like he's in the same vein there. It's just that first dart just takes so much longer compared to the other two. So that's about 10 seconds, but these 2 darts are so much quicker.
41.
I was about to say, and he's thrown very straight, and then, yeah, the biggest one comes up there. So, like I said, it's not so far for Sven, and when I spoke to him, he said, I haven't come here this week 96. Just for the fun of it. I'm here to win it, so that's telling me that his form's okay. He's playing Super League with Jermaine Watamini, Yella Klassen, Andy Bartons. You know, so he's still playing high-quality local league darts and Super League darts, and maybe he just needs a couple of days to acclimatise and get there, because Sven Verdonk is a good player.
Well, we saw it last week, didn't we, with Yuri Brewer, where there was a couple of days early on in the week where he had his trials and tribulations. 61. I think that's quite fair to say. But then he regrouped on the Thursday and Friday and wasn't too far away from qualifying for the Saturday night final. And how many times have we been sat in these chairs, Glenn, and we see a player in Group A maybe not have the campaign that they would have liked or that they would have expected, but they know it's a fresh start for everyone on the Thursday and they regroup again. We'll see how that develops. Let's see how this is going to develop, because this is Totsa Thornton for a ton topper to start. He is going to return.
Yeah, he had a 120 yesterday being his highest finish, Robert, but that 114 would have been sweet in the opening leg of the... And 187 is clearly, if he can get another one of them, it leaves double 8. Sensational darts from the Belgian. That puts pressure on 40. The good thing about Thornton, he does like double 10, so that double of double top, if it doesn't succeed, you can go to probably your second favourite double, which is double 10. So it's a good start from the Thorn. For the Donk, that 171 will still be fresh in his mind.
Well, when he won the World Grand Prix back in 2015, Thornton, his tops hitting in that particular tournament was perhaps as good as anyone in any tournament in history.
It's staggering when you look, you know, UK Open winner against Phil Taylor in the final, World Grand Prix against Michael van Gerwen in the final, World Masters winner, World Seniors winner, World Match Play Seniors winner against Phil Taylor, Euro Tours against Kim 8 Pro. I mean, it's just a lovely, lovely resume that Robert Thornton has, and maybe sometimes gets swallowed up because he was in the era of Phil Taylor and the emergence of Michael van Gerwen. But yeah, what a wonderful, wonderful journey he's been on.
And I think that World Masters title that he won become very underappreciated as well. And that was Daryl Fitton at his peak of his powers as well back then. And then to move over and do what he did. And we mentioned it yesterday. I think those World Seniors titles have solidified his reputation in the sport as a legend of it.
100.
I know a legend easily gets used. Easily. I mean, I don't know if he'd enjoy that sort of title. I know I'm never keen on that word there. When I think legends, you know, I'm thinking Taylor, Priestley, you know, Lowe, Anderson. I still think Robert Thornton's thinking, I'm still young enough, but I'm still doing things in the game. He's the best senior in the world right now, and be very interesting. I couldn't help but notice Wayne Mardle was 50 this week, and Colin Lloyd. Do you know Colin Lloyd? I had a great game with him in Germany last week, and when he wants to, I was really enjoying 65. The game, and then he pulls out the chair to hit a double.
80.
And I just think if he stays focused, as Verdonk looks at 80, he's about just thrown straight in that first dart, and he doesn't move. And that's the only problem with not moving there. He was aiming for the right-hand side 40. Because he didn't want the deflection of that dart. So the obvious thing there was move to the right-hand side and come into with a trajectory the opposite way. Another one of them would be nice.
96. Sven, you require 40.
Well, Thornton checked out on 40 on double 10 last time.
One left. Doesn't go, clatters into the second dart, and so Thornton is back for 74 to double his advantage, accrue the breaker throw, but he slipped into the 14, 11 score, and so it's only going to be the solitary dart of the bullseye.
35. Sven, you require 40.
And so for Verdonk, tops is what he wants. Pitched okay. Drags underneath, and so double 10.
20.
Not to be. And that's now 6 missed darts at double 39. In this game for the Belgian.
It'll be frustrating for Sven because they're not bad darts just above that double top. But one thing you can't do is leave this man doubles.
7.
It's all just got a little bit scrappy. I did feel that Robert would come out today and really smash it. And I would even say go and win on 5 out of 5. But for me, he's demonstrating the issues that he had yesterday. Verdonk has to put this away now because even for his own confidence, if you're missing 6 to 9 darts at a double, it can affect you just short term and medium term.
Game showing the second.
You'd be happy with that. I mean, some of them darts at a double, Henry, weren't bad. They were just above the target area. You then follow it in. Sometimes a kiss off a barrel as well. It can go in.
Game on.
But he dug in there. He showed a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of fight, a little bit of competitiveness. That's required to beat this man in your picture.
140.
There's the growl.
You all know exactly what Robert Thornton is thinking at every single turn and juncture. He's one of those that
95.
will allow that emotion to pour out, but pour out in a good way. There's players that will let out too much and it affects their game.
81.
But there's certain players, and Neil Duff did it very well when he won Lakeside last year, where he knew the right times to let that little bit of emotion out to help him.
Yeah, a big part of Robert is, I mean, that's why he's so good on the exhibition circuit as well. You can feel every dart he throws.
45.
He'll let you know how he's feeling, but don't be sucked into sometimes where you think he's given up. Because he's like scrappy dude. He's always at your ankles. He's always chomping away. Yeah, come and join us on social media. We're happy to discuss all things darts at MSS Darts. Give it a follow. That does a 180. I'm happy to answer anything. Any thoughts you have, what you're seeing, who's going to win the week.
We'll even do birthday shout-outs. Happy birthday to Archie, who is 1 today.
100.
Merce, little lad.
$81. Robert, you require 80.
Double 10. He's hit this already. Bends the wire.
70.
And the problem I think he was thinking there, he just had a quick look what Verdonk needed. And 180 wasn't far enough away from him to maybe split that double 5, because it's not a dart you want to be on. And Sven will be looking at a 140 here. And obviously, very sensibly, he'll stay wide of the target of them 2 darts.
10.
And there's the pressure on this double 5.
No score.
Not only am I
Sven, you
concerned there that he
require 40.
missed the big one, it was the fact he went like under the treble one. Verdonk, who did mess about with doubles,
Game
but
shot
not this time.
Sven Verdonk.
And the Belgian takes a surprising lead. And a breaker throw. Does he become the favourite for this match, Henry?
Sven to
Well, Thornton
throw
had it
first.
in his hands
Game on.
effectively, didn't he? He had a couple of darts to open up a 2-0 lead. They came, they went. He had 2 in his hand, a double 16. He had a solitary dart at the bullseye as
100.
well. Now it feels like with each passing visit, Verdonk is just growing in confidence and
95.
turning into the favourite for this game somewhat.
18 darts at a double between the pair, and only 3 hit. That's been the tail of the tail for this match. He did that a couple of times yesterday. Only ever on his first dart. You can see him walking with that first dart. You can see the movement that he has. It's
69.
still surprised he's 59, by the way. I had to double check Wikipedia yesterday.
I wouldn't always trust Wikipedia,
141.
but he is definitely 59. We used to have this fad at school where this is where school's got modern, isn't it? Where the old trick at school was to play around with a Wikipedia page.
38.
We once did a little bit of a prank at school where we edited our school's Wikipedia page. Yeah, we got in a little bit of trouble for that.
Yes, mine's been amended a few times.
88.
I won't tell you what they said my nickname was, but
Oh, so we have the same nickname then?
95.
good last start. Just keeps him in the running. 137 would be nice here, Robert. I'd be
97.
delighted with that last start there, big game, because it would be to break back. Sven, who's gone downstairs a few times when he's around this area. Last time he hit 171, but not this occasion.
117.
His setup play today is being his strength.
Require 80.
Again, once again, it puts pressure on this 80 now, because it's only going to be 1 dart at the tops. Well, not double 10.
60.
This could be a
Sven,
huge
you
turning
require
point here.
82.
Sven will be looking at the bullseye first dart, just double checking, and then through that hypnotic first dart. Surprised he's gone that way, and Robert, he'll tell you exactly, that's the perfect marker. Surely just kisses off that.
42. Robert, you require 20.
So Thornton gets himself a reprieve, and you get the sense he can't afford to miss this. As Verdonk is back at tops for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot of the fourth leg. Robert
2 apiece it
Thornton.
is. Thornton breaks back. We return to throw.
I tell you what, Henry, Robert Thornton
Fifth
just
leg,
walked
Robert
away in
to throw
disgust
first.
as Sven
Game on.
Verdonk hit that treble 14. Like I said, Verdonk's threw a few darts at tops where they weren't thrown badly. And on a different
97.
day, they can go in. I think Thornton's got away with one there. And that's what missed darts can do in your first up, because he's still thinking of them 2 darts at tops, let me tell you. Don't ever
81.
think that a dart plays up then. You know, the real strength, the people who can eradicate the last dart. When you get a couple of darts to go 3-1 in a best of 7 and you're throwing again,
140.
It's still on your mind.
$43.
That traveller's visit after the 140 for Thornton has opened up the door dramatically for the Scot. He can find a trouble here. He's in cruise control on this
43.
leg. He's still got command of it.
We talked about Group A being one for the young players, and Gary Stone agrees. Young players like him.
100.
Glenn raises eyebrows. Great to see that Gary's watching. Looking forward to seeing you back down here, Gary.
140.
About time you won one now, sir. Said yesterday, all the talent in the world, that boy.
There's a number of players that are just knocking on that door now, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I was so impressed with Darryl Pilgrim last time, but did Luke Littler do a number on
Robert,
him?
you require 81.
What a game. What a match.
So anyone Luke Littler didn't do a number on that week. He was incredibly good. Wanted didn't have to chase the balls
41.
over. Donk back on 177. So leaving tops after 15 to we'll put up a 3-2 lead.
$43. Robert, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Tops
Robert
is found.
Thornton.
3-2. Thornton leads, and he's just turned this tide a little bit. There was a point in the game where it looked as if Sven
Six
Verdonk
leg
was
spin
beginning
to
to really
Farouk.
assert his authority as
In on.
Thornton missed those doubles to go 2-0 up. But Robert's done very well to claw that back, fight that back, and now he's a leg away from winning the match. And effectively, Sven Verdonk has to hold his serve here to stand any chance whatsoever.
140. $135.
Yeah, does his tips is relying on Robert Thornton winning this leg. 13-1 today, Henry.
Which means if you put £10
I
on,
knew you were going to
60.
say that. I'll let you finish it, though.
is this the point where you say 18 plus begambleaware.org?
Yes, please.
96.
I was actually going to ask you for the lottery numbers tonight. So I know the 7 numbers that you
Not
put
to
on.
use.
$100.
Not that you need to worry about Dozz's tips, Glenn, because I have it on good authority. It's already gone.
60.
Has it really? I thought this was the first one.
And apparently the handicap was 2.5.
I'll have to learn. I'm going to have to learn about gambling, me, Anna.
60.
Probably means now that Robert Thornton will kick in. As shown in diagram.
140.
B.
Then you require 141.
We'll be waxing lyrical about 141.
Yes. I'll have to get Middlesbrough in tomorrow, the biggest game of the season for us. Biggest moment for Robert
44.
Thornton of the week. Potentially
Robert
could be now. I
requires
think he'll
70.
want to get this game over and done with against Sven. He's a different challenge to the rest of the players, but it's one dart at tops.
30.
Bends the wire then. You can see exactly how he
Sven,
feels
you
about that,
require
because he thought
97.
that was in.
Can Verdonk plonk this 97 out? It's a Hail Mary attempt. Not this time, and so Thornton will return for tops to claim the
57.
points, and it would mean
Robert, you
that he would
require
move
40.
on to 8 points and make things very interesting in
shot,
this group.
and
there is going to
Thornton.
be a 3-horse race begin to develop at the top of Group A. That's after Robert Thornton has beaten Sven Verdonk by 4 legs to 2. He had to survive a mini onslaught from the Belgium in the middle of the match, but Thornton a 4-2 victor. We're going to take a short break. Afterwards, we're going to see Mark Barilli in action against Jeremy Fagg.
Welcome back. Jeremy Fagg and Mark Barilli just completing their practice starts ahead of Game 4 today. We'll take a quick look at the table just to highlight how quickly things can change, because Mark Barilli started the day 4 points and 10 legs behind the overnight league leader Jeremy Fagg, but could actually move above him with a commanding victory here. Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton have already made their moves with victories. It was the Australian who won this tie yesterday, and Tuesday's battle is about to get underway. Can Barilli join the race? Let's find out. I'll hand you back to Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, this could be a really interesting round of fixtures here, because there is a conceivability that by the end of it, Mark Barilli can move on to 8 points of a win here against Jeremy Fagg. Sven Verdonk, if he beats Mike Warburton, could move on to 4. And John Decimo, winning against Robert Thornton, could move on to 6. And that would mean that after 7 rounds of fixtures, the players would all be separated by just the meagre margin of 2 points
60.
or 4 points and just the odd margins here and there. It's beginning to boil up quite nicely, Glenn.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, the two guys that played well yesterday,
135.
the two guys who pretty struggled this morning. Like I said, there's totally expected Robert Thornton, who's been absolutely nowhere near his best and is still joined top, and only not a tough spot because of legs difference there. You do have to feel that he will kick in. So I think he'd be delighted he's got Verdonk out the way. I think the other 5 players play at a pace where they enjoy playing each other.
137.
The referee, Danny McNamara. Absolutely outstanding again today.
100.
The big question is, does he wash up? Does he wash up? Does he clean up? Does he clean up?
A lot more than Charlie does anyway.
What, that boy does nothing?
43.
I didn't miss the quiz yesterday with all these song choices coming through.
56.
Is that Alicia Dixon?
Probably, yeah. I think it is now you've said it. and dubs in it.
41.
We best get back to the darts.
Mark your wire 160.
Really wants 160 to take out this opening leg.
$81. Jeremy, your wire 145.
Yeah, 128 is still the highest finish so far. That will be beaten this week. Nice setup play there from the Aussie.
9. Mark your wire 79.
Don't miss the 19. Stay straight on the 20 and then one dart at top. So just keeping it simple.
39.
Just a little bit too excitable on
Earlier
the
wire 36.
execution of the double. And for Jeremy, double 18. Now, yeah, and the face tells you because you don't like double 9.
Game shot on the first leg.
Smack, he was
Jeremy
aggressive.
Fagg.
Smack right in the middle of that. That'll feel really good because that transition from the 18s to the 9s and not what a dart player likes. Would be delighted with that one. And it's a breaker throw.
Like
Once
Gurney
again, Mark
to
Borelli
Ferrofers.
continues to run to the
Game
hockey.
on.
Did that a couple of times yesterday.
It's Jeremy's darts. He was hoping that he did throw first now, Mark, because have a look at this.
121.
It's fourth in 2 legs.
Got a fascinating record all the way back to 2010, Jeremy. I was looking where he played in a Pro Tour event
85.
where he lost 6-0 to a MODUS Super Series commentator. That should have been your tungsten teaser of the day, shouldn't it?
100.
Was it Chris Mason?
No.
I think
It's
there's
not
got to
good.
be Paul Nicholson, hasn't
Thank
it?
you very much.
95.
Why? He's in Australia. Of course it's going to be Paul Nicholson.
No, it was Corin Hammond. No, it could have been, actually, couldn't it? That's a bad analogy. No, it was Paul Nicholson.
60.
Yeah, it's a real Aussie feeling, isn't it? I haven't seen Corin for a while.
$85.
Yeah, Jeremy lost his first game yesterday and he showed a little bit of character with his second game, I felt, and sort of kicked in from there. Once again, he'll have been disappointed with that first match, but playing very, very nicely here.
140.
Averaging just shy of 96. Very professional, doing a real number on Mark Borelli at the moment.
81. Jeremy
Borelli has been
Maguire,
on a bit of a
80.
high after that win over Desmarais. Jeremy Fagg doesn't want to relinquish top spot. And he's doing everything he can in his power. He's going to have another dart at tops. Just moves over that left-hand side of the
40.
double top, but again, just goes
Marker
over.
wire 155.
What this week's missing so far is a real big barnstorming finish. Is this the moment?
117. Jeremy Maguire,
Highest finish
40.
we've seen so far
Game
this
shot
week
on
has
the
come
second
courtesy
leg,
of Jeremy Fagg, who takes out the tops for the 2-0 leads. It was a 1-2-8 checkout yesterday.
Third leg
and
match
that was
to throw first.
in his battle
Game on.
with John Desramo. That was one of 11 ton-plus checkouts we saw over the course of Monday here at the Super Series.
140.
I was talking to Mark, and a few weeks he's had a little bit of a nick on his, I can't remember if it was thumb or his finger, so he hasn't been able to throw the dart while the skin has been growing back. But he was able to put some good practice in last week in preparation for the
140.
Super Season, and it showed no effect on the stage this week.
100.
It's a unique position now that the Super Series has, is because we've got so many links now with the likes of the ADC, the World Seniors Tour, that invites into Group A are now going to be more sparse than they were before.
121.
And so I think we're going to get to possibly a stage in the future where to play in Group A, you're going to have to achieve something or qualify for it. That is the
100.
strength and depth that we've got now, and that's the clamour for places we've got in this competition.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself last night that people are only possibly even going to be playing in it once now. Potentially had 2 opportunities.
161.
So many players are messaging me. How do I get? I just refer them to the ADC website.
93. Jeremy require 144.
The most prolific person who's messaged me is James Beaton. He's desperate to be here, and I'm looking forward to how he does. He's been dominating his Northwest
Mark require 68.
qualifiers. I'm really hoping he does well at the finals day. Double 12 for Borelli.
Game
Double 12 it is. That's a lovely
Mercury.
finish, especially after that first start when it sinks into the 5. And Jeremy will have been planning already
Fourth leg, Jeremy to throw first.
his route to the
Game
double.
on.
But Mark Borelli there, that treble 13, double 12 combo. Very, very nice.
And the ADC this year have actually got a tie-in with the popular Champion of Champions event, where the registration is now open for all players. Alex Small, the reigning champion. I know you know Alec very well.
He's a talent.
140.
Hope to see him back again here. I think he just needs to learn a little bit more about consistency now, but his A game. I mean, there's so many players with A games that are staggeringly good.
100.
And the ADC is a route through to the Champion of Champions, because Red Dragon has joined forces with the ADC, and they're going to offer winners from the men's and women's ADC regional finals. Automatic qualification through to finals day, which is going to take place at the Depot in Cardiff. Really good venue that is, on the 26th of August, and it's 10 grand to the winner. That's a
40.
big prize for players in the amateur system. Tour card holders can play in that competition because it's not televised or streamed, and the winner of that competition, if they're not a PDT tour card holder, of course, will be here at the Super Series, courtesy of that competition, courtesy of the ADC. So really, really positive stuff, and that competition is getting bigger and bigger year on year.
Yeah, it's tough as well. I think it's best of 3 as well. I think it's
War 133.
very reminiscent of the old News of the World as Borelli looks at 133. Big 16 to be nice.
93.
Sets it up with Jeremy on 204 to advantage Borelli to go to 2-2. You feel it's a big game, this one. Borelli can join that gaggle of players on 8. And for Jeremy to get back being up and running after
40.
that first loss. Does want to go inside here.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Nice and aggressive.
Mercury.
Very nice game. Played at a really nice pace. Good sportsmanship between them. A couple of bounce outs there's been for Jeremy Fab, which has been disappointing for him. But he's in total focus there. He's thinking, I'm leading 2-0. And not only is it 2-2, but I've relinquished the throw as well. We'll be happy seeing that first start. And second.
30.
Just watches the flight path of that dart. I really like his throw. It looks very solid. Doesn't look like an awful lot can go wrong. Where with Mark, you feel like he's got one of them throws where a 180 is possible and
53.
a score of 30 is possible. That inconsistent start, but look at the balance. He seems to go back, which is quite strange. But I really like that.
I feel like the word measured sometimes in this sport can be connotated in a negative way, but I think in the case of Jeremy Fagg, every dart is its own individual event.
60.
So what that means is every single time he's releasing a dart into the board, he's getting the same concentration and it's getting the same attention as every other one. It's not a case of maybe sometimes you see with quicker players where the first couple they think about and then the third one they just throw at the board. Every single dart counts.
Yeah, and that smacks to me someone who's not overly talented but has worked on the game, they've worked on the throw. And, in each dart matters, where you get some players
60.
where they're so talented. They're throwing 3 darts in less than 5 seconds. It's all about rhythm for them.
$122.
What I like about Jeremy in this leg is, 2-0 up, loses, gets to 2-2. He was in deep thought. He was planning a route. He was strategically thinking, how am I going to win this game?
85. Jeremy required 62.
Operationally, he's doing a lovely job here. He's going to get a dart at double 16, or top, sorry, with Borelli, not on a finish.
Game
That
shot
is
of
a
the fifth
lovely
leg,
leg of
Jeremy
dart, a
Fagg.
15 dart breaker throw. That was very impressive because of what the situation was in that game. Borelli was just beginning to take
Six leg
control.
Jeremy to throw
And that's a
first.
great movement,
Game
a
on.
great statement by the Aussie.
Well, it's one thing doing something, it's another thing doing it when it matters and when it counts. And that's exactly what Jeremy Fagg has done here. And he is serving now for the match,
100.
for a 4-2 win, and to rectify that 4-1 defeat against Mike Warburton in the opening match of the day.
Yeah, and that last dart was an absolute cracker. You don't want to go trebleless after doing all the hard work.
26.
Now it's advantage Fagg.
It would mean that he would reassert his authority at the top of the group. It would mean he'd be the first player on to double digits. And
58.
then for Warburton and Thornton, who play the next couple of matches, means that they're going to be chasing. Means the pressure's going to be on.
85.
Warburton up next against Sven Verdonk. Good last treble there. Just keeps his nose in front in this leg. But back comes Borelli.
100.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed their play today. I think it's once again been very competitive, but I do feel like they've stepped on the gas a little bit. At times I was a little disappointed. This is what it's all about.
140.
Heavy scoring, big finish, and great match play. Just keeps himself in it, gives him an outside chance, but the way he finishes on these 100-plus finishes, we're looking at treble 18. All he can do is set up play, no concern, no panic, no
54.
petulance.
Mark require
Leaves himself a
150.
two-darter.
But is he going to get a go? Yes is the answer. And so for the match, to put himself onto double digits, Jeremy Fagg wants 56.
80. Jeremy require 56.
It's been a very composed and professional performance, this has, by Jeremy Fagg. It's two-darter double top.
36.
He'd be disappointed with that.
Mark
He's
require
done
70.
everything right in this match. 70's not a gimme. Another one of them. And this is for 3-3.
50.
And that is a
Jeremy
huge
required
dart that's come
20.
and gone for Borelli, because he could have moved level with Jeremy Fagg with a victory in this game. He could now see himself 4 points behind
Game
as Jeremy
shot,
Fagg
and a
pins
match,
double
Jeremy
10
Fagg.
to move on to 10 points and become the first player to move into double digits in this group. Jeremy Fagg then a 4-2 victor with an average just under 90 and 50% on his doubles. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Mike Warburton against Sven Verdonk.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Game 5 features Mike Warburton and Sven Verdonk, who contested a lengthy and attritional affair yesterday, with the Welshman coming out on top in a deciding leg. Verdonk fighting through some difficulties with his throw. As for Warburton, well, many of our expert analysts here at the Super Series say his is the greatest throw, and it's time for me to throw to our greatest showmen to introduce the main acts on the hockey. It's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, I was quickly trying to think of some of the songs there, Chris, but yeah, I missed out. But yeah, maybe I speak too much about this guy and how nice I really enjoy watching him play. And Sven, there was times sort of this week where sometimes being a little bit unlucky on some of the doubles. You can see, even with his practice darts there, they're a little bit more laboured compared to the rest of them. But he's as challenging as the other players. You know, he's a tough player to beat, this Sven. And it was a real tough affair to watch yesterday between the pair of them. It was 27 minutes. I think it was a real tough one to get through. And I think Mike Warburton's on a bit of a high after that first game. I think he'll think, I can beat Sven, but I can't let me beat myself, if that makes sense, Henry.
Although I do have to say to Murph that if we're the two greatest showmen he's ever seen, I need to get a little bit more fresh air.
I think we've got something here right at the moment, haven't we? I put the cold air on for you.
100.
I think I'm beginning to get a bit of a man flu here.
Where's the Perspex glass?
My voice might be going as low as Chris Mason's. We were just having a little laugh there. We went from Chris Mason onto Henry Deacon there, and we were howling here backstage. But yes, when you're sat with each other for a few hours, anything tickles you. Can you see how Mike is watching every single dart? Now, that takes an awful lot out from your concentration levels. I think if I was Mike Warburton when I'm playing Sven, I'd be thinking I'd be doing something different apart from watching his darts.
Can it be different behind closed doors compared to with a crowd? Because maybe, say in a World Championship environment, could you possibly look out and then spot a member of the crowd? It could be someone in like a chicken fancy dress, for example, and you just look at them while some more methodical players throw, and it can kind of break the rhythm up. Whereas here behind closed doors, all you've got to look at is parts of the church and the player in front of you.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, actually, because I had a friend who travelled with by the name of Dennis Coleman, and I could hear him, whether there was 100 in the audience or 12,000 in Dublin. It was just one of them, you know, it was just a come on, does a come, and it was such a help. So I wasn't necessarily looking over, and obviously, you know, I had my management who you can look over to. What I would say about Mike Warburton, he's used to playing on the Challenge Tour. He's played some Pro Tour games, and you know he'll be used to the environment where you're playing in silence.
Mike Warburton, 61.
And I think you've just got to. It's about mindset. It's about concentration levels. And there's seen that a few times. So big three. He's back on track for a dart at double four.
57.
So you just go back and reset. Be interesting if he watches these darts here. And once again, he looked down on the 19s bed, Sven. It's 133 means 7 treble 19s.
57.
So Warburton, a big favourite here.
4.
I've seen so many 16 darters this week.
Game shot on the first leg.
Very steady.
Warburton.
He's making a real statement today as Warby. He'll have been absolutely delighted the way he demolished
Second
Jeremy
leg, Sven
Fagg in the
to
first
throw
game.
first.
Like I said, it's a different
Game
challenge
on.
with Sven, but I don't think Mike's the kind of person who worries about playing a slow player. And like I said, he looks at deep in concentration there, and that's what I think he should do. He's looking around, just keep himself focused.
Is it a fair assessment of the overall standard that
134.
we're talking a lot about 16 dart legs, that players aren't having to do a lot out of the ordinary to win legs and win matches?
Yeah, and I think that was yesterday. I was surprised when Chris Murphy showed the slide this morning that the
100.
overall average was 87. But I tell you what, I bet there wasn't many averages over 87, if that makes sense. It was just very competitive, very compact. You know, and already today, the averages are very nice. You know, Jeremy Fagg 85, Warburton 91, and 90 from Borelli 87. They're all just very
45.
mid to 80s to early 90s. Like I said, very competitive. I think the person who puts his head above the parapet is someone who's going to just bang in a couple of late 90, 100-plus averages.
Constantined.
140.
No, he's in Group C, the Italian.
Walked into that one. Grand Prix in Italy this week. Emilia Romagna.
Yeah, really, I'm a big F1 fan.
140.
Just got a little bit bored with Red Bull these days, hasn't it?
Just a bit. I'm going there in July to Silverstone.
My
Cannot
dream.
wait.
It's my dream to do it. Me and Dennis Coleman, who I mentioned earlier, we're going to be doing Wimbledon's FA Cup
100.
finals, etc. This is really nice on Warburton. But Sven's right in the mix here on 182. Yeah, good friends with Gert de Vos.
60.
The Dong started playing in
Microbar
1988.
161.
Plays 3 times a week. Asked him his favourite game, and he said just simple 501. That's how he practices. He doesn't sort of deviate. He does his warm-ups, and it's just 501
Sven
after 501. Because a lot of these
122.
Europeans like to play cricket on the dartboard and, you know, vary in other games. But Sven's someone who just likes 501.
The middle bit.
89.
Good darts there from Verdonk. That was for a 15
Mike
darter.
require 96.
And Warby, all you're begging on 96. So he'd be thinking, if I can hit the straight treble 20, that's easy. Now he's got options. Is it 2 doubles? Or is that such a great marker? No, I like the marker there. I'm surprised.
56.
Because Mike is someone who's
require
very
33.
old-fashioned in the finishes. Sven's had his problems on doubles today. He's been the better player in this leg of darts. He'll want to put this double 8 away. That's wild. Yeah, and that's what's good, though. He's just doing a reset. What happened there? And I think there's an awful lot of body movement in Sven that he has to take into consideration. He has to get the timing right of the release point.
Game shot on the second leg. Sven Verdonk.
Like that.
Just like that, as Tommy Cooper famously said.
Third leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
I wasn't coughing there. That was my impression there. It's found his 180s today.
140.
It's his fourth 140 of this particular match. Now, there's a 17-point chasm between the two players in terms of the averages.
But all that matters is that it's 1 leg each. But
60.
I think inside, Warby will be feeling fine. He'll be feeling okay. You know, he'll know he'll be averaging late 90s in this game. It doesn't look like he panics, which is a real attribute. There's a little grit of the teeth there.
81.
I like that 81. Crowd goes wild.
Don't know what's happened there. Someone's obviously opened their wallet backstage and all the flies have come crawling out.
Well, it won't be you, that's for sure.
It can't be Charlie Corstefine.
35.
Poor Charlie. Never opens his wallet, never does the dishes.
Luckily, he can
What do
call
you
quite
do?
well.
He what?
Luckily, he can call quite well.
I thought you said he can cook.
135.
Oh, the funniest thing I've ever seen here at the Super Series was Paul Nicholson teaching Owen Binks how to cook.
Well, I think I've shared with Owen a couple of times, and each time he set the fire alarms off, if that sort of gives you an indication.
71. Mike require 145.
Treble 20. I like the bullseye on the last dart. If he hadn't have hit that treble there.
91.
2-dart combination. Advantage Warby after 12 darts. And when it's your throw, if you're throwing 15 darters, you're making your opponent have to hit a 12. But his setup play, Verdonk, today has been absolutely fantastic. And that trend continues again. Just makes Warby think, because Sven only needs a 1 treble combination to check out. 2 darter tops, not his favourite double.
Game shot the third
leg. I don't know why, because that was
Warburton.
sweet as a nut.
And so Warburton leads 2-1. I've just had clarification of what
fourth leg
happened there.
To throw first.
I think just
game on.
As you do, it's sometimes every now and then just something just fell. Unfortunate incident, but it's one of those things that happens every now and then. It happens at any dart competition. Well, Nathan Aspinall had a sign drop on his face a couple of weeks ago at the Euro Tour.
And what about the ladies' tour? I didn't know when I was watching the ladies' tour this week. I thought a drone had landed.
$96.
There's the averages on your screen. 13-point difference. Warburton leading 2-1. 14 dart to that previous leg. And we've been waiting for this Mike Warburton really to turn up, haven't we?
And for me, it was
60.
A little bit unexpected. Like I say, he does seem to save his best darts for the MODUS Super Series, and all goes well for the rest of the week. But that's what I like. Despite that being a 5, there was no sulking.
85.
He just got on with it and then went straight back into the treble 20 bed, and a lot of players can learn from that.
$100.
He is tough to beat, Sven. I think for Sven, he needs to go and wear just some of them doubles. He's putting himself in winning positions.
100.
Just the execution there, but I definitely think he's speeding up to the hockey. Just that first dart seemed like an age yesterday. Like I say, he just seems to walk, as you can see, and move there to the left with each dart. So if he can get his timing right and his hand alignment at the same spot each time, Sven can still be very, very dangerous this week. No one will like playing him. Well, there's a bit of oomph in that second dart, wasn't there?
100. Sven, you require 141.
He's playing with pent-up emotions at the minute, Mike Warburton. You can tell there's a grit and determination about the Welshman today. 141's not going to go for Verdonk, and so Warburton, if he can climb the ladder here, can break the throw and open up a 3-1 lead.
We're looking at the 16 bed.
93.
But after that sweet double top last time from Warburton, you're just thinking, give me an opportunity. And here comes the opportunity. Does he have to move? He stays still.
80. Sven, you require 48.
This has been his Achilles heel today, Sven. He'll want to put this one really to bed. He's given himself opportunities. A lot of them opportunities have been on double top, so this time it's double 16. This is a huge dart. 2, 2, and 3. 1 is a massive swing.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Swings and roundabouts. For Sven Verdonk, 2 apiece. We are level in this game.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
And he is sticking with the task and sticking to the task immeasurably.
100.
Another tough contest. Without the fear of repeating ourselves, there's nothing at all in this group today. Even Sven can put himself in the mix with a win here.
$100.
I think it's a big game for Robert Thornton coming up next. Last game of the second phase. Put himself in there's something about reaching double digits, I feel, Henry.
60.
It's a psychological checkpoint. You know that you're in with a chance if on Tuesday you can get to 10. If you can get to 10 early on Tuesday. Everything here this week is about passing checkpoints. Trying to get into Group B if you don't get into Group A. Progressing your way through, getting a certain tally of points. Ensuring you don't get a certain number of defeats, for example, in Group C, the Wall of 3 that Matthew rightly alludes to. Or in Group B, getting 6 points on an opening night. There's certain parameters that are so established in this format that players will know what is the guide towards success.
Yeah, it's getting to the stage now where players know they have a strategy, they have a journey, what they want to get. And like I said, I think yesterday was all about getting 3 wins under your belt.
140.
And then you're looking at a big 4 wins out of 5 today, or 5 out of 5 is the real Brucey bonus.
$100. $130.
Some of the camera work, some of the angles that we try and give you a little bit of analysis of the way the trajectory of the dart.
140.
Camera work.
Then you require 71.
Maybe we'll have a look in the next leg, but 71. This is a real important part of this game after 12 darts. So now we're probably looking at the bullseye because 62 left. Treble 12's nice, but at this stage, a big 12 you mustn't miss. That's how safe you went for the dart at bull. Sven Verdonk. I think that's the first fist pump of the week for Sven Verdonk. Maybe just beginning to feel good about himself, and the frustration will be huge for Mike Warren because he was sat on 41, and when someone really hurt you with a last dart bullseye finish, how important will that be?
For all the scoring power that Mike Warburton has mustered in this game, when it has been important, Sven Verdonk has come up with something impressive. Here's this angle here of Sven Verdonk's movement of the arm whilst the dart's being thrown.
I mean, Simon Whitlock was the best of them all at doing that, and he does that. It's all about the time, and it's just about the release point is what I want you to look at. I mean, that is just so sweet.
140.
As we've said many times. So as he stands there, he sort of comes from that right of your picture, moves right across there, and the body goes with it. You don't often see that with dart players, but that hand alignment, just look at the point of release. That has to be the same each
60.
time. I mean, the greatest body mover of them all throwing a dart, obviously, is John Henderson. You know, he rocks and rolls on the yoke there, but the art of throwing a dart, the real thing that you want to move is just the arm, the mechanics of the arm.
140.
But with Sven, there's a severe amount of body movement that he has to take into consideration each time. And when he gets it reminds me, like I said it yesterday, that throw is so similar to Dave Prinz. I stood behind Prinzy many, many times, and he had that same movement. And like anything, if they get it right, that last dart, smack in the treble 20. Just when Verdonk was taking full control of this game, after 9 darts,
140.
Mike Warburton leaves himself 81. That is a sign of class.
And it could have been so easy for Mike Warburton in this scenario to have just completely folded amidst the pressure, but if anything, he's getting better as a result. On for a potential 11 dart leg to send us the distance.
100.
As you can see, averaging a ton.
Mike, you require 81.
And the fact that Sven's left 160 means he's either going to go for the bull now. There's no consideration there. Once again, same as Verdonk.
36.
The outcome slightly different there. And by this reaction there, I think he felt that good out of his hands. And what a statement this would be. Yeah, I think he was feeling good about that. And once again, if you just watch them, but again, he's putting all the pressure on in the world.
100.
His setup play today has been absolutely
45.
superb. Yesterday, it was a 7-dart slog. This one's been a much better game. And this dart will determine if it's going the full 7 legs. Yes, it is. A real sign of class there from the Welshman. A lot of respect between both players. It doesn't feel like a real grueler, this game. It feels like a real good contest between two players who seem very similar in a lot of the stats. But the big and important point is Mike Warburton is thrown first. And look at that first dart. What a start. That is absolute class. The first 180 of the match. Timing.
Stepping it up when it matters the most. Finding something from the depths. Can he snatch victory here out the jaws of defeat?
And them 3 darts from Verdonk are 5 seconds quicker than what he was throwing yesterday.
Well, by contrast, this game was 27 minutes long yesterday. It was the second longest game we've seen uninterrupted here at the Super Series. There's a couple of other games which numerically were longer, but that was because of technological problems back in the past. But this was a grind. There's no denying that. But
he's finding a rhythm, Henry. He is finding a rhythm. Might not suit all, but he's just beginning to find something. Now that 41 from Warburton after the 180 just give Verdonk a chance.
100.
You'd have to think with 180 in it. You'd have to think it's Warburton's to lose from here. There's that first dart, but this is quicker. Look at that transition from the first dart to the second dart. The rhythm of Verdonk is improved by a country mile. And the reason for that 180 is exactly that. Rhythm in darts, Henry, is key.
Rhythm as a darter is the sort of answer. And this could be helping Sven Verdonk here make it on to 4 points. However, Warburton left fair 180. Should get a dart at tops as an absolute minimum to get the job done. And what a kick this has been towards the line for Warburton. From 3-2 down, he's been absolutely exemplary. And he can finish off the comeback here if he can find the 80. It's going to be a dart at tops of the match. Tops it is. Tops is pinned. And from 3-2 down, Mike Warburton seals the comeback victory to get the better of Sven Verdonk by 4 legs to 3. A nice little embrace by the two players at the end of that one. And so Mike Warburton, with a 96 average, beats Sven Verdonk by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back. Well, before play today, the bookies had got this group as a 3-horse race, and Robert Thornton is looking to make it a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton both have 10 points already, and the Thorn can join them if he gets a victory against Belgium's John Des Rimeau here when the pair played yesterday towards the back end of the day. The Scotsman did win 4-2, so we're about to find out whether the bee can sting the Thorn or whether the Thorn can sting the bee. Over to Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. This is a really important game, I think, for Robert Thornton right now. To go on 10 points, you just begin to see that separation that sometimes you see in Group A, where 3 players are beginning to run away with things. John Desmarais, it's been a real up and down Group A so far. He's demonstrated his skills and highlighted how good he is at times. And at other times he's flattered to deceive. Sometimes I'm not really sure which John we're going to get. Robert Thornton, I think it's time now. I think it's his moment now to really make a statement after 60. That beautiful 96.74 average from Warburton, who's been sublime today. We're just saying off air there how much we enjoyed that game with Sverdonk. I mean, 42. It did feel like a real slugfest yesterday. It did feel at times where you were beginning to feel drained with the game. And despite it went 7 legs, I think for me that's been the game of the week between Verdonk. And I just think it's time for Thornton just to say, I'm the headline act, and this is what I can do.
140.
That 140 will help him. And you were speaking about how with John Desimo, there's sometimes a little bit of inconsistency creeping in, and that's reflective in the bookmakers' odds before the running in this one, kicking off a 13-8 outsider. Robert Thornton going in 4-9 on.
140.
To back 140s. This is a different shade of Robert Thornton from the one, despite beating Sven Verdonk in his opening encounter.
85.
Just looks like there's a bit more purpose and poise about the form right here.
75.
Yeah, there was moments in my career where I remember watching Taylor in exhibition. But I remember watching Robert Thornton in Bridlington.
140.
They're the levels I've got to find. He's been doing this. Longevity is difficult in this game. You feel he's as good as ever.
56. John, you require 75.
He's winning tournaments at a rate that, even though he won a lot in his career, it's the first time he's been real dominant. But it's Desimo who takes the opening leg here, leading Thornton by a leg to 0. But it just gets a sense that right now he's in there within the World Seniors system of he is the dominant force. Whenever we go to a TV event, he is the player they're all trying to be. He is the one they're all trying to prize apart.
Yeah, he has real belief. I mean, I thought it was a foregone conclusion that Scott Mitchell would come over because he was so match sharp. You had to look at the stats of Scott Mitchell,
95.
How he lost his card. Well, Scott answered it himself, the fact he didn't get any Euro tours. But his stats were like 1-6-1 after 9, just relentless. And I just thought it was a foregone conclusion when he come over that he would dominate the seniors. But speaking to Thornton, he was just like, he hasn't played me yet. That real belief is still there with him. And I think he firmly believes he's the top dog in the seniors, and as the world champion, that's exactly how we should feel.
Couple more televised events for the year in the World Seniors circuit. The World Masters taking place in Yeovil at the back end of next month, and then the York Barbican, famous arena for the UK Snooker Championship, is going to be the host venue of the second running of the World Match Play, which is another tournament that Robert Thornton is looking to defend in 2023. That is at the beginning of September, and tickets for the
92.
World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in 2024 are now on sale. That is between February the 14th and 18th. I believe those are the correct dates. It's going to be in the middle of February once again. Its new traditional time slot.
$100.
What a big last start that was.
142.
So we haven't really seen that real barnstormer of a finish. I just feel that really needs that 155 effort early on today,
42.
But 128 still seems the highest so far. His beloved tops
Game shot on the second leg, Robert
1-1.
Thornton.
He shouts at the board. The determination and desire just never wavers. Whether it's MODUS Super
Third leg,
Series or the
John
final of the World
Zuckerofers.
Seniors Championships.
Game on.
Would you be in favour of
31.
another Legends Week here?
Yeah, I think there's so many ideas, isn't there? And for me, that was still the best week. So, yeah, of course.
43.
I think Chris Mason wouldn't mind it.
I think Chris Mason can play against the best of them whenever he wants to. Interesting to see when he decides to come back. I don't know if he played in a tournament at the weekend. I know Jim
78.
Williams won it, but I know Chris was sort of involved, or his partner was involved in running. I think it was the Ray Guthrie, and I'm not sure if he played in it or not.
43.
But my good friend Jim Williams was well chuffed, in his words, to win that.
Chris Mason, part of the bill at the World Masters. It feels like the traditional time slot now where Chris Mason is kicking
137.
tournaments off because he's going to be first game on against Trina Gulliver on the Saturday, just as he was at the World Seniors where he played first match against Terry
60.
Jenkins, and Terry really did turn on the style against Mace the Ace.
Yeah, it was a bad draw for him. I think it was a good draw in the fact that the winner played, potentially me. But Mark Dudbridge obviously done a number on me, but I
47.
think Terry Jenkins was undervalued. I still think when he wants to... The only thing with Terry Jenkins, the week before he had a pretty rubbish MODUS Super
60.
Series. But he certainly delivered against Mace. But Mace openly admitted he just didn't get his practice right. He took the time off, but it just didn't work out how he wanted it to.
Yeah, I think, and as well, what his original
84.
plan was kind of moved around by various golfers. Obviously, a couple of World Series events was moved in the middle, so he had some TV commitments there. But it'd be interesting to see how he gets on at the World Masters. I know he's been doing a lot of practice.
81.
Well, he's spending a little bit of time last time he was here, having a little bit of a
124.
practice in and around the surroundings. So we'll see how he gets on. Let's see how Desimo gets on with his 1-2-4. Could have stayed there because Thornton's not on a finish, so he's got
60.
6 on this particular juncture. And 64 is going to be what the B wants upon his return.
Yeah, that'll be frustrating 'cause that first time was
John
perfect.
Eurofire, 64.
tops for the Belgian.
44.
Yeah, I just think it's
Robert
sometimes you
Lamar,
can feel his arms
134.
snapping away there. Just a little bit more composure, but he'll be back.
$50.
We're going to read out a couple
Johnny
of tweets
Robar,
after this leg as
20.
well. Big dart. You just feel
12.
Robert Thornton is getting away with things. After
Robert Robar,
24
84.
darts for John Desmond, he hasn't put that away. What's the chance that Robert Thornton gets one dart at the bull? I think we
53.
both fancied that going in, didn't we?
John
We looked at each other
Eurofire,
there.
8.
It's not the same Robert Thornton this week.
Game shot on the third leg. John
We've
Desmond.
built him up right now. John Desmond is playing that spoiler role right now. John continues to shake his head.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first.
But it's a
Game on.
disappointing match, and it feels like after the Lord's Mayor show, after that fantastic game we've just had, Thornton really keep
80.
saying that it needs to start now.
Well, Thornton hasn't been at the races, and John Desimo has just picked up the pieces as a result of it. He hasn't really had to get out of fifth gear,
95.
really, as the Belgian in this one. Averages aren't of the highest standard that we'd expect here at the Live Lounge, but if Thornton can make it
125.
2 wins from 2, quite frankly, he won't care because he's on to 10 points, and he'll argue all day he'd rather have the points on the board than the performances and not.
140. $95.
Don't forget to get involved with the Tungsten Teaser today. It's on our MSS Twitter page. And this week's teaser is this. Name the 8
61.
previous Super Series players to have lost any World Youth Championship finals. That's in the BDO, WDF, PDC and JDC
43.
system. 8 players. Tweet us at MSS Darts. And we'll give you the answer a little bit later on in the day.
133. Robert require 158.
Once again, the setup play from the Belgians good. We've been waiting for a real big finish this week.
139.
Once again, I think when he let go of that dart, he thought that was in. And you can be doubly hurt. 72 is a real 50-50 because he's going to get one dart at tops. He's gone under to, but I like the fact he's reset this time. And I think that is the difference of that going in. There's been a couple of times where he sort of stretched at that last dart, but all he did there, a bit like a Rob Cross, he went 20, he went 16, 16. Just give himself no more than a second.
Game on.
That little reset. And that, I believe that's why the reason why that tops went. And so he's learning. He's probably thinking, I'm not going to stretch for the next one. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be a little bit more composed. And it's advantage to Desmaro. I couldn't get me Desmaro 2-2 in there either.
190.
But there is always a fight in the fawn. It's never over until it's over when you take on this tenacious
100.
tartan tungsten tosser. And have a look at this for a spurt.
123.
He was almost on for the 9. Nicking Merce lines again, I know.
Yes, I can hear him in my ears now.
45.
Then tell him to stop nicking my lines. Desmond and 2-2. Robert Thornton did come back from 3-0 down yesterday. In the opening game for him against Jeremy Fargy, he's going to have to come down from 3-1 here, but Desmo's not relenting.
99.
Advantage Thornton after that fantastic start with 5 darts at the treble 20. He's back in it again. He's going to set it up.
98.
A lovely 13 potential darter.
But this is what Thornton does when his back's against the wall. He can
40.
click into gear and he'll find something. We saw yesterday he came back from 3-0 down to beat Jeremy Fagg in a last leg decider.
On the 5th leg,
that double 10 brings it back to 3-2, and just in that little celebration there, just a clap of the hand and a bit of a G up.
Yeah, that's a little bit of sarcasm. I never liked it when people did that.
Game on.
It was one of my real... Something I never did, one of my pet hates, but Thornton's putting the afterburners on all of a sudden. Maybe thinking, why am I doing this when I'm 3-1 down? Well, he's got it down to 3-2. He's got his darts here. He's in control with that late start.
98.
And there's so many parallels you can draw from this game and the one against Jeremy yesterday, because Thornton was languishing around the late 70 averages when he was 3-0 down.
100.
And then he put in spurts where he had a couple of 15s, a 12 and a 16 to beat Jeremy by 4 legs to 3. Now, that last leg was a 15 darter. He kicked off this leg ton 40 ton. And what he's doing is he is making a mid-match move, will move towards the line where he's playing darts, which is forcing Desimo to up the level that he's accrued during the first few legs and has been enough to win the first few legs.
58. Robert require 130.
Yeah, just a little bit messy. And there's that sarcastic clap. But Desmaro, what he'd give for a 180 right now. There's that potential.
83.
The potential of going slide into 5s and 1s. Which, potential, what the flick is about.
Last start into the single 20 means that he's left himself on a bogey. And so that
50.
means Thornton just needs to set up for tops to level up.
Yeah, and that's what that wry smile is there for John.
42.
Not giving yourself the... He's already thinking a 3-3 right now because you don't expect Thornton to miss tops.
Games on the 6th leg.
Boy, will he like that.
Thornton.
That last one clattered into that first dart. You could hear the two tungsten touching each other there. And sometimes they can go all over the place.
John
But
to throw first.
just like the last game, that went to full 7 legs. just once again highlights how competitive this group is this week.
100.
It's a nice start from Desmarais. It means it forces your opponent to at least hit one treble.
99.
One treble visit sometimes in a decider is more than enough. However,
60.
coming up dry here has royally opened up the door of opportunity for Robert Thornton.
50.
But he can't crank it open. And you can tell from the facial reaction there the disappointment in not doing so.
60.
This is a cagey last leg.
It's as if when it gets to 3-3, the treble 20 goes in half. That's how you feel up there, and everyone is promises like
60.
gold dust. So really, the game is about, and this is when tension and anxiety. How do you practice for that, Henry? How do you practice when you're at a 3-3? Well, you've just got to imagine that you're playing somebody each time. That was the way I did it. And try and get that so when it does come to a match that you feel like you've been there before.
I remember working in football, speaking to a manager about practicing for a penalty shootout. And they got to a scenario where they had to play a penalty shootout. And they said, we practiced penalties all the way in the build-up and everything. But you know what? It was completely irrelevant for the actual occasion.
41.
You can try and practice how you think you'd feel in these pressure scenarios, but you don't actually know how you're going to react to them until you're physically there. But this man has been in these scenarios so many times in his career and on so many occasions has come out the other side. And that's usually because when it's clutch, he comes up with something significant. 42. And he may have just done so here. A max to leave 47, and he's going to get 6 for the match. Tots of Thornton for a finishing flurry of absolute brilliance to beat John Desmarais by 4 legs to 3. 84.5 average. He's come back from 3-1 down and he's conjured up some of his best darts of the week to do so. Thornton beats Desmarais 4-3. Next up is Verdonk against Barilli.
join us here with Game 7 about to get underway on day 2 of Group A. They've all played 7 games now in this group, so we'll take a look at how the land lies in the table. And as you can see, 3 players tied on 10 points. Mark Barilli in action next. Huge game for him if he is going to harbour hopes of being in the race for top spot, and that place, of course, at finals night. He takes on Sven Verdonk, who produced an improved performance in his last match against Mike Warburton, but ultimately came out on the wrong end of a 4-3 defeat. And it was 4-3 for Robert Thornton in the previous match against John Desrimo as well. So from one Belgian to another, Verdonk looking for his first win of the day, Barilli looking to cling to the coattails of the 3 at the front. And to talk you through it, our 2 in the commentary box are Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. The guy in your picture, Sven Verdonk, now plays that spoiler role now, because if he produces the darts that he played in the last game, I think he's up for the challenge against any of the players here. I think he's fighting his own sort of demons and getting his technical ability just how he wants to be, and I thought there was real positive signs in the last game. For Mark Barilli yesterday when he played Sven, he hated every moment of it, and I don't think he lost the game because of his darting ability. I just didn't think he had the patience and the composure to get over the line against Sven, and that's when it sort of went downhill. Barilli needs to win this game just to stay on the shirt tails of the top 3. If Verdonk wins this one, I think there's a big, big separation.
Round 8
81
is when the table really establishes itself. It's when you can split the contenders from the pretenders. 92. It's when you can establish who the force is going to be or who the dark horse is going to be. Don't forget as well, we're very interactive here at the Super Series, so do get in touch if any questions that you may have. Got our social media team, bushy-eyed and eager-tailed, to answer your questions, and we'll bring them up on the programme.
I thought we'd have had quite a few about your eager way of commentating the finale of that game there.
81.
Just a common occurrence apparently these days.
It was a stunning end, wasn't it, by Thornton, that 180 in the 2-dart combination there.
60.
It was just 5 darts of brilliance and a moment of magic from HD.
Sometimes. Sometimes from my perspective.
Yeah, Sven seems to have gone back to that really lengthy first dart. It's tough up there. I mean, like I said, I played in the World Seniors this year, and the messages I got to say, Glenn, you know, the time you were taking to throw your dart and no pullback, but you can't work it out while you're up there on your own. And Sven, believe it, I was probably thinking he's playing at a faster pace. It's not a nice feeling, like I said. Rhythm is key. I used to watch. I remember playing Michael Smith thinking, how am I beating him? Because he just makes the game look so easy, so silly.
180. Mark require 150.
Well, Verdonk has left himself on 41 here.
41.
Should be the first to the double.
Yeah, his setup play today has been, once again, the highlight for Verdonk. His weakness has been these 2-dart combination, especially on tops. He'll want to put this one to bed because that's not a bad dart. That is so much better. What I mean by that first dart is he can use that flight path. He can use that barrel. And you can do your necessary adjustments there.
To throw first.
But in other darts today, they've sort of followed the path of the first dart. So he'd be delighted to get that one under the belt. And Barilli will be thinking, here we go again.
53.
I think this is a big moment if Verdonk wins this game, Henry. I think we're looking at 3 for the top place then.
It becomes a real detachment in terms of the group. And then you wonder how that's going to represent for the rest of the day going into tomorrow. Well, this is more like it.
And them darts for about 8 seconds for the 3. For me, it's not rocket science. He's walking to the ucky a bit quicker and take 5 seconds here, Sven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and throw. Needs a very fine 3 seconds. I think he's got the balance right at the second and third dart. Just take
60.
5 seconds off the first one, and I think we'll see the real Sven Verdonk.
$140.
Nice start from both players. Just 32 hours and 15 minutes to go. Henry.
140.
Middlesbrough, Coventry.
Of course.
And 19 seconds. 18.
94.
There's also another
Then
game
you
in the
require
Champions League which is taking
121.
place at that time.
I know, that's why I can't go to the pub. As Verdonk looks at 1-2-1. Was he going to attack the treble 11 or go safe? Totally safe for the Bull. He's done this already today.
96.
There were 3 well-thrown darts. This is
Mercury requires
much
74.
the best performance by Verdonk. All based on that previous last game. That's a stinker, that one. For 71 now. He can't even sort of use the Bull, really, so he needs a treble. A double 10.
64.
It's a good combination.
Sven, you require 25.
25, the most common finish. That's not one dart. I call this the Damon Hetter. He practices this finish. There's his wild one. Last time it worked.
Game
And
shot
that
the
follows
second leg,
suit.
Sven
It's 2-0 to
Verdonk.
Verdonk, and Mark Borelli will be head scratching now. You just feel this was a game he had to win. And Borelli's not
legs
doing an
Sven
awful
to
lot wrong.
throw
That missed dart, a
first.
double 10 maybe.
Game on.
He's averaging 94, which is his highest average of the week so far.
And you mentioned those sorts of passages of play, like taking out the 25s, taking out your 74s, which you know is going to be a common recurrence in a lot of legs due to
95.
certain passage of play in a leg. I suppose it's no different to a cricketer in the nets,
70.
a batter in the nets, trying to practice against off spin, for example.
I was thinking it was more practicing, like as using a golfing analogy, practicing your putting. I think everyone will want to try and hit 300 yards, 350 yards. And like with a dart player, a lot of the young players, they just want to hit 180s. But you've got to learn to love what you hate to do. And by practicing 25
91.
finishes, 48 finishes, 52 finishes, be quite relentless and robotic doing that, because the times you're going to have in darts, the 2 dart combinations, but that's what players want to do. Now, those 180s are very, very nice, don't get me wrong, but when someone's on a double and I see someone check out in 74, that impresses me more.
Okay, Shania.
60.
Shania Twain. Ah, right. I'm getting good at this. I'm going to go to the quiz again. I missed the quiz
55.
last night. I really missed it. I was climbing the walls at 7 o'clock.
And that's the last time Glenn Devon ever goes rock climbing.
Yeah, the neighbours weren't impressed.
$73.
I'm going to do some repointing tonight when I get home for them. Borelli on 196. What he'd give it another 180.
100.
Yeah, you can see the frustration. Like I said many times, when that first one goes in so plumb. This is where Verdonk has been really strong. When you think he's out of the leg, they're 2 well-thrown darts.
60.
And that's unlucky, that's
Mercury
Sven.
require 96.
And there's that crash of tungsten. And sometimes a goal one where we didn't panic.
Then you require 122.
And that last start was a beauty. So it should be treble 18. Say should, because some players do go for the 25 bullseye area. That's advantage. Borelli.
54.
He missed double 10 in
Mercury
the last
require
game, which was a
20.
deciding factor, but this time he has 3 darts in his hand.
on the third leg.
All he needs the
Mercury.
one in super quick time. You can sort of just tell Sven is picking up the pace of his
Fourth
game.
leg mark
Because
to throw first.
after 3 legs,
Game
only
on.
8 minutes have gone. And I think yesterday we were looking at after 3 legs suspended, we were looking at about 15 minutes. And I think that's the reason for the upturn in his form.
Well, if you take out the first game, there's been a real elevation in his performance.
135.
Averaged 88.6. Unlucky not to get the points against Mike Warburton last time out. Here, averaging 84.41. It's above the levels that we saw for large swathes of yesterday. Started off in 83.95 against John Desimo. And then the averages proceeded to then drop into the 70s zone. He kicked off today with a 77. And at that point, okay, there would have been a possibility where the panic stations could have crept in. But credit where credit's due as far as Sven Verdonk is concerned. He stepped away from that defeat to Robert Thornton. Didn't have a lot of time as well to recover from it. But he's recomposed and he has found something which is bringing out somewhere near the best of him here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying watching him today.
76.
Someone who's fighting their own internal battles, because you want to be a quick player. I mean, look at his Super League team. Jermaine Watermean of the Machine Gun. Yellow Class and one of the quickest players in the world. Andy Bartons, who throws
82.
darts so quickly.
Can't wait for Andy Bartons to come here for the return of the famous lollipop interview.
He's the real deal, him, you know. He's underachieved.
117.
Do you think part of that is because maybe he hasn't really gone out, he hasn't travelled the circuits as much as maybe other players have?
Yeah.
And what we do see in concentrated
99.
spurts from Andy is some brilliance.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him not have the bottle as well at the last minute. You know, he's had opportunities and he's reached the very, very biggest stage. But I watched him a few weeks ago at the Euro too, and I thought it was absolutely tremendous. And once again, set a play for Verdonk.
140. Mark require 126.
It's absolutely sublime. This 1-2-6 we've seen twice this week. This is going to be third time lucky for Borelli.
93. Sven, you require 68.
3-1.
So it's going to be one dart or a double. You look at the 18 or 6 bed. It's going to be tops.
28.
Just go above high there, doesn't he?
33.
And so to level proceedings up. The 17 leaves double 8 and now across for double 4.
Game shot of the fourth
And levels
leg,
you
Mercury.
Devils in this clash. 2 apiece.
Yeah, that was one in the belly for Borelli.
Fifth leg,
That
Sven
could have been a
to
tough
throw
one
first.
to
Game
take
on.
there. Like I said, he looks more concentrated, more focused, stood behind Sven. And once again, this is a very enjoyable match. Contrasting styles, but not an awful lot between them. The power pack's great,
100.
consistent, both averaging just shy of 90. There's not a lot in it there. 3 180s in the match.
That's certainly been the big improvement today is the maximum hitting.
I think the all-round game of
100.
all the players. Like I said, I still think Robert Thornton will be, when's his form really going to kill? I think we've seen 5 great darts from Robert Thornton in 2 days. Yet he's still joined top. What does that tell you?
Well, if you want to see some world-class
55.
darts every single Saturday evening, this is what you need to do. Scan that QR code or head over to dartshop.tv. Tickets at every single Saturday night in Series 4
45.
is available. Couple of quid booking fee on dartshop.tv. We're down in Portsmouth on the sunny south coast of England. And it really is a unique darting experience. So why don't you come down? You could even have a selfie with Glenn Durrant.
50.
20 quid.
If you're that desperate, you could even have a selfie with me.
25.
There was a guy a couple of weeks ago who was really desperate for a selfie with me.
How was your dad?
There was another person who let's
100.
yeah, let's say that apparently they really enjoy watching me. Max Sabarelli!
30. Sven, you require 156.
Yeah, that's been the trait of Verdonk, the setup, but Borelli just sort of like, where on earth has that been? And there's the frustration and the shake ahead from both players. It's fascinating watching the
43. America require
behaviours.
151. $57.
So,
Then you require
is it going to be a ton topper to go 3-2 up? So Verdonk wants 113. He's going to start downstairs on the 19s. And so treble 18 would have given him a dart at tops.
97. Mercury
Sets it up
require
nicely
94.
enough to leave himself double 8 if he comes back. But really decided to go the bullseye route. And then decided for the
54.
double-double, but not to be for him on this
Then you
occasion. So
require
Verdonk is back
16.
for that double 8, for that 3-2 lead.
Game
3-2 it is.
Sven Verdonk.
I mean, you've seen many times people grow as the week goes on. Are we seeing the real emergence now from Sven Verdonk? I mean, I know he's on 2 points. I know he hasn't won this game yet, but the improvement is evident.
Well, I always mention if you don't win
43.
Group A in some senses is a bit of an irrelevance because when you come to Thursday and Friday, everybody's back on the same points mark. Everybody's back on 0. And so you've got to detract what's happened in that group from your mind because you've got 3 players coming who hasn't played this week and you're on the same level playing field as they are. Group A is great for the Group A winner. But for everybody else, you're dropping into a second group. So you've got to forget about Group A and you've got to move into a
85.
fresh mindset. And also, winning Group A, I still think players are still trying to find what's the right balance. Yella Clatten did it perfectly. He had Moreno Blom with him.
100.
They both stayed at an apartment together. And between sessions, they were on the board constantly. They were spending time together. He had a practice partner. He had everything
100.
possible to be successful.
Yeah, but for me, if I won Group A, just 30 minutes on the board Thursday, Friday, I think then getting your energy levels back up. So you've got to take into age, fitness, you know, how people practice as well. So I don't think it's one size fits all.
46.
It's like any competition. You have to adapt to the circumstances of it if you're going to be
79.
successful. And I just wonder now whether it's a point where players who come into this as debutants need to speak to other players who have had success in the past. Maybe even players that now gone on to win tour cars like Graham Usher, Josh Payne and the like. How they eat their success
100.
out and how they can imitate and follow.
The only problem with that, just playing devil's advocate, it's not, you know, by having an energy bar for one person might not be the right thing. Getting some fresh air for one player might not be the right thing for something else.
84.
I think it's
Then
like
you require 157.
just use the first couple of days to acclimatise. Some people go straight in. Remember Crab first ever game, you know, things like that. You just don't know how it's going to pan out. Borelli's a big favourite for this leg now.
110.
Like I said, he's shown better values this time, better behaviours. Borelli yesterday, he looked like he was struggling with the pace of everything. He won't be used to, you know, taking 20 minutes to play a match
25.
because of his rat-a-tat nature.
Then you require 116.
And this is for the match. He's going to go down on the 19s. Usually quite proficient on that. And once again, he's going to get a dart at tops for the match. Sven Verdonk would only be his second win of the week.
96.
You can feel the frustration
Mercury
now, just
War
going
85.
under. I think when he let go of that. But this is not a gimme. But he's giving himself chances. Big dart.
75.
Just inside, and is that the
Then
last dart
require
Barilli's going to throw
20.
in this match because Verdonk is back for double 10 to seal a second win in this group. Just a little bit of a move across. One left. Not found.
No score.
And Barilli's coming back.
I
Mercury
didn't fancy that
require
for
10.
Verdonk for one reason. When you're not winning games, it's tough to get over that winning line.
8.
But this time,
Sven,
Verdonk
you
wins this game,
require
I feel.
20.
Once bitten, twice shy. There's the eyes. There's the focus. Has to go big with this dart. It will drop, and it will drop,
No score.
and it will drop. Happy birthday,
Mark, you
Mark
require
Borelli.
2.
As the penny dropped for Sven Verdonk. Can Barilli bed the madhouse to send us to Hill Hill?
Game
Yes is the
comes
answer.
Mark
And we
Barilli.
go all the way for the third consecutive game. Since game 2, we had a couple of 4-1s. The games that have then followed have been 4-2, 4-2, 4-3, 4-3. It's following the same trend as yesterday, where these players cannot be prized apart. There's been some competitive battles everywhere. And if Sven Verdonk loses this one, well, once again, he's gone
60.
all the way to the well and has come up the wrong end of things. Lost out to Mike Warburton in a deciding leg earlier on today. He was involved in some close battles
41.
during yesterday's session as well. Lost 4-2 to Jeremy Fagg. That was a closer game than the scoreline suggested. He beat Barilli 4-3 in their meeting yesterday and lost out again 4-3 to Mike Warburton yesterday. So he's had a
60.
few close shaves as the Belgian, who actually, you see on the back of his shirt, on the neck, he's actually got a Czechia flag on there.
100.
Yeah, opportunities don't happen. You create them. But when you create them, you have to execute them. And when you're on a losing streak like Verdonk is, it gets tougher and tougher.
100.
Isn't there someone part of the team who knows every flag?
Taylor. Absolutely, he's our social media guru, absolute legend of the Super Series. Does some fantastic work
59.
behind the scenes, and yeah, chief quizmaster. If you send your tweets in to @MSS Darts, he will feed them over to us here in the commentary box, and we'll answer as many as possible
140.
before the end of the day.
Advantage for Donk. He needed. Can't go dry.
60.
Dry it is.
Sven, you require
100 ahead
141.
plus these. You're thinking 6, even possibly 9 darts and 141. You missed the opportunities last time. It's typical of darts. Let you get 1 dart for a 141.
117.
And I was about to say, that's the way to do it.
And so back for more match darts
101. Sven, you require 24.
to pick up his second victory of his campaign. Double 6 is
Game,
there
shot,
for
and
Verdonk
that's
to seal
Sven Verdonk.
victory over Mark Barilli by 4 legs to 3. And for the second day in succession, the brilliant Belgian gets the better Barilli in a last leg decider. That's the tail of the tape on your screen there. Verdonk victorious. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Jeremy Fagg is in action against John Desramo.
Welcome back. Well, Sven Verdonk certainly made his mark on Barilli this week, hasn't he? 2 wins, and both of them against the same player. The other Belgian in the group, John Desrimo, he's still looking for his first victory. We'll take a quick look at the table. Not had the chance to chat to Glenn Durrant yet today, so I'm going to maybe throw him a question now for him to talk about with Henry. Have we already seen the separation? Is that top 3 going to be the winner and the 2 in Group B, and are all the rest of them destined for Group C already about the halfway stage of the group? Let's find out. Glenn, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I think we talked about at the beginning of the first game that Sven Verdonk could play a real spoiler role, and that's exactly what he did, and possibly and probably put Peter Barilli chances of really topping the group now, because you can't see the top 3. If it was just the one person at the top running away with it, potentially you could see drop points. Then you're looking at 3 players to be dropping points. So John Desmarais now plays that spoiler role here, because once again, if he then beats Jeremy Fagg, all of a sudden it's a delight then for Warburton Thornton. So yes, I see the separation, Chris. I think it's, the winner's going to come from that top 3 now. But still big roles from the guys in 4th, 5th and 6th. And them guys in 4th, 5th and 6th will want to be in 2nd or 3rd place, because I believe there's a huge difference in playing in Group B and Group C.
Especially this week, when you look at the quality that's on show in Group C. The likes of Scott Walters entering the fray there. Dom Taylor, who I really do rate highly. I think the Tower has the power to go and win the week.
100.
He's a very good player, is Dom. But I'm a huge Scott Walters fan. I don't think I've seen Scott Walters play on the afternoon. On the morning, afternoon sessions.
84.
I think each time I've been here, I've only seen him play on the night. He can be very dangerous. And I think as a Group B's and Group C's are going to look really strong this week.
85.
And that's why I think it's more important to top this Group A. You don't want to get in the mix with all them guys. Even 3 from 5 in that Group B could be tough, very tough. So for the first time in a long time, I think
47.
That's a real slide into the 12 there from Jezza. Stupid nickname that, wasn't it, Jezza? I hear people who have nicknames like that.
84.
I was going to say Jezza.
Ah, yeah, good point. From a 12 to the sweetest treble 20. This is why we love the game of darts.
140.
How do you analyse that? How do you analyse someone in a big 5, a big 12, and then the sweetest 140?
I suppose the one word that would spring to mind would be inconsistent.
60.
Wow, look at that last start there from Desmarais.
130.
That's the second time that's happened in 2 games now for Desmarais. That's beginning to become an issue.
Sorry.
90.
Great setup player once again. I think that's been a real highlight today, hasn't it? When players have been around about that 200 mark, the setup play has been beautiful.
42. Jeremy
So tops
40.
for Fagg for the opening leg. Another 16 incoming. Still got 2 more. But now only 1 in hand.
20.
And Desimo's going to come back for the 130. And despite the miscount a couple of visits ago, he may be able to get away with it. If he can find a treble here. And bed the bullseye.
90.
Yeah, I think we both looked at each other when you're never
20.
in a leg of dart and then get a dart, that tiny target. And that would have hurt Jeremy. It's not a gimme, that. It's sometimes you can throw too well. We just used that. They just moved across the bed, widened the angle, used the tungsten from the first dart, and just kissed it into the double.
Second leg, John to throw.
That's a relieving start there for Jeremy, because that dart of bullseye for Desmarais, if that goes in, it's a total different match.
140.
And the psyche changes as well, because Jeremy knew that that leg should have been his. It should have been in his ledge, and you begin to lose it, then you could begin to lose your mind a bit. That's a good recovery with the last dart after the first 2.
Yeah, 12 and a 5 and 2 little ones are more concerning for Jeremy. We haven't seen for a few games. That's the problem for Jeremy. I think he had a big gap yesterday.
140.
I mean, luckily, he's got Mal coming with him here, so maybe a quick word with his fellow Aussie can help. But He's probably been sat in that players area for about an hour. He's watched games go 4-3, 4-3, 4-3. And he's probably itching to get up there. So it might take him a leg or two. But Jeremy has got 2 games in the next 3 matches.
41.
Are we going to say it again? Video a couple of stray darts, but a by 140.
Yeah, it's he's consistently inconsistent in this match. But like I said, he just might be taking time to warm up.
But this is unlike what we've seen from him this week. That's the irony about it.
Yeah, it's just that gap, I believe. I think it's a short-term measure. That throw's too good and too solid, but the trend continues.
80.
And the trend of him just
John
bailing himself out
80.
to give him a chance. And for John, don't hit the 5 or the 1, John. Sit it on top of that, just like a ladder. And use that for the final run. That's exactly what he did. That's a stunning 80 finish with Jeremy back on 1-2-2 there. And this game is very even in all aspects. John just shy of the 90 average again. Both 2 tons, 2 140s. Not a lot to separate these 2 players right now.
Evenly weighted, which has kind of been the story of the week so far in Group A. Both of these players are qualifiers from the ADC system. John Desimo, courtesy of the ADC European system. Jeremy Fagg, because of the Oceanic system. There's going to be a number of places available for UK players. Some qualifying courtesy of the Vault series that are going to be playing in Series 4. They include Peter Hudson,
60.
Stephen Cake, Stuart White, Dave Kerwin, Tommy Lishman, Daniel Lee, James Richardson, who of course we've seen here in the past. Obviously Jamie Durrant's qualified courtesy of the Vault, and John Brown qualifying as well. And if you head over to the ADC website, there's more information about those Vault tournaments, which are really kicking up and really
45.
making some hay.
Yeah, they're sold out in hours within, I mean, I'm not joking, in 2 to 5 minutes. So they do it exactly 1 week before. So I was at a tournament at the Middlesbrough one a couple of weeks back. They announced that the next 24 players for next week is out. And 5 minutes later, it went, it's sold out now. So it's big news, as I've said many times back at home. And it was Jamie Durrant who played and represented the North East last time. I know they'll be getting ready again for their next one. What great work done by the guys at the ADC.
31.
And the good thing as well about this Vault Series, this is an incentivized tournament. Of course, you get the opportunity to play here, but at the end of the Vault Series, they're going to have a grand finals, and the prize money for that particular event
100.
is dependent upon the entry money, and it differentiates region from region for the first lot. And then I believe there's going to be a big grand finals where whatever entry fees have been mustered
40.
and haven't been divvied out will then be
156.
in situ for the grand finals winner.
Yeah, there's certain areas in the country which can be doing so much better, and that's what they're trying to do. And then they work in Europe and they work in
60.
the Oceanic region, so it's not perfect right yet. It's very saturated in certain areas. But that can sometimes be, you know, you go to one county where your next
100.
Super League game, you're an hour away. In Cleveland, the furthest one away for us was half an hour. Treble 17. And all he can do is set it up now. And Desmorov's one of them type of players 36. This week. He has his flattered to deceive
100.
with scores of 31 and 40 in this leg. But all of a sudden, can just ping a big finish. And all he can do is a little bit too safe,
60.
that second dart.
Jeremy requires 60.
And 60, Henry's all about the first dart. Not only do you have to be straight, but just give you the opportunity where you don't have to move across the hockey. It was very close to the treble 20 from our liking, but a beautiful 2-dart combination finish for the Aussie. This match is going with throw.
To throw first. Game on.
There's 2 schools of thought about how you lay up the first dart. You can do the Dowell Gurney flatty, or if you're as confident as Andy Hamilton is, you go low. Talking about confidence, that is what John Desimo is growing in.
I like the way Jeremy's darts are sitting.
131.
Looks like he's got the balance of them darts absolutely as he wants it. There's that snap of that wrist.
60.
Here's the overhead angle here of the darts entering the board. And what a perfect time to show the angle. How beautiful is that? How good is that from Jeremy Fagg?
That's exactly what the dart player can see.
140.
Look at the eyes there. He's watching. He's visualising that dart going the treble 19 bed.
134.
What a leg of darts this is.
On your core, 121.
Proper darts. This is going to be a proper finish for John Derramo. Not to be, and so Jeremy Fagg here on for a potential 11 dart leg to break the throw and to go within one of the match. 2 at tops. To open up a 2-leg cushion, an 11 dart leg when his opponent is putting him under severe pressure as well. But that leg was absolutely incredible from his perspective. 131, 180, 134, followed by the 56 first dart in hand, an 11 dart leg when it mattered most. And now he's on the hill. He has the serve to get the job done.
Yeah, and after 3 matches there where they all went the full 7 legs, there's no better feeling to get one over and done with very quickly. And it ruined my chances of me Desmo 2-2 again. What's John's surname? He went really all Belgian on me in that game, in that leg of darts there.
Been spending too much time with Brian Roman.
140.
This is really good from Fagg. We did say to him that he'd had that long wait in that first leg of dart. He was a bit sketchy, a little bit wild at times, a little bit inconsistent. But now he's just shy of that 90 average. I'm enjoying this performance.
129.
Yeah, there's the frustration, and I think that's just a lot to do with when his time is just milliseconds out. That's when his inconsistency can kick in. I've enjoyed watching John this week.
There's definitely something there. I think it's just fine-tuning it. But how about this for a kick? 11 dart in the last leg. He has just set up tops after 12. And when it looked a little bit like this game could have been a bit nip and tuck, Jeremy Fagg has asserted his authority and now has tops to win it.
Yes, it was a very slow start to this match for the Aussie. But after that beautiful 11 dart in the previous leg, it's double 10 for a 15.
30.
He's moved inside on the double 5. Desimo not on a finish. And it doesn't look likely that he's going to be on one unless he can find another one of them.
Well, we can consider going 2 double 4 in this scenario, but because he likes his tops and 10s, he might be used to 5s. He might just want to get this one done and dusted. And after a very slow start, that was a very effective and efficient performance there from the Aussie. He goes back to the top of the table and first man to reach 12 points. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. Once again, well over the 80 average, 86.13. Very proficient, very professional. Jeremy Fagg seems to be the man to beat right now. Big, big game coming up next. Robert Thornton against Mike Warburton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Tilly. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, Group A is all about that golden ticket. Top Sport secures a place at finals night. And before the break, Jeremy Fagg continued to hold his nerve and his lead in the league with a win. And we're now going to see who makes their move in terms of trying to join Jeremy at the front of the grid ahead of that final sprint race tomorrow. Both Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton have won both of their matches today. And Thornton still has current front-runner Jeremy Fagg to play in his final match. This one, though, so Warby win 4-3 yesterday. It's a titanic tungsten tussle at the top of the table, and it will be described by Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, after our little pit stop, we're going to see who could take command in P2, which feels a bit similar to Formula 1, where the fight is for P2, and that is exactly what we are looking at here. And that is because of the leg differential in Jeremy Fagg's favour, 12 points plus 13.
Game on.
He's not just winning, he's winning big. The key to Super Series success. These are like keys to Super Series success as well.
Yeah, we've talked about a 3-horse race, haven't we? And you get tussles like this when all of a sudden you can then have a little bit of a gap where we start talking about a 2-horse race then. So I think this has lots of connotations. I mean, all the permutations will be kicking in very soon, but I think this is a big game between two of the big hitters.
57.
This game especially important when you consider what's happening for the rest of the day. Robert Thornton's still got to play Jeremy Fagg later on in proceedings. That's the pair's final match of the day. So there's a conceivability that both players could go into that match level on points. And a bit like yesterday, between Warburton and Fagg, the winner is basically playing for top spot overnight. But Warburton's going to have something quite seismic to say about it.
Rob Jaguar, 164.
Wow. I think we both nodded in appreciation of that first start and thought
46.
Just an inevitability about that, but chance for Warby. 2 darts, a double 16. He's been going inside on that so many times.
Game shot
That
of the first
is a big, big dart. I'm just wondering if he's
been
been practicing that type of combination because he's been hitting the big 16 after hitting the big number and then relying on the double 8. I'm just wondering if he's gone back to the practice room and just been practicing hitting a big number, then double 16, hitting a big number, hitting a double 16. Just think you've got a football kick-off at 3 o'clock and you've got the cones out at 2 o'clock. All them routines that you need to do. That's what the guys will be doing backstage. There won't be 5 or 1 games. They won't just be concentrating on the finishing. There might be certain elements that just highlighting certain parts of the game they're not very happy with to put it right on the practice. This is a great start.
100.
So far, it's magic for Mike.
140.
And I hold no apologies after 1.5 legs of doing this. You can shout at me if you want. Shot me your tweet saying I can't believe he's putting average up after 1 leg.
Hold on, hold on. Keep it up! Keep it up! Have a look at this! Oh, this is special. This is really special.
Mike, you require 81.
I'm going to turn that off to keep him quiet. This is marvellous. What a leg of darts. Well done, boys. This is what it's all about. This is what the MODUS Super Series is all about. Henry, this is cracking.
Third leg, Robert, to throw first.
This is supercalifragilistic. Oh, this is unbelievably good. This is tungsten-tastic. I'm going to keep the averages on the screen. This is how good it is.
No, you're not.
60.
Oh, Robert, can you continue? Yes is the answer. This is absolutely sublime. This is incredible. He's averaging nearly 140 and he's 2-0 down, but he's on the precipice of something spectacular.
60. Robert Jaguar, 141.
Big, deep breath. Oh. I think this game just deserved that 9-darter there.
81.
There might be some excitement on that stage, but it's absolutely bouncing here in the comms box. This is what it's all about. The excitement when two dart players are playing like they are. Both
60.
keeping their emotions in check.
60.
Both realising that both are playing their A game right now. He doesn't move again.
Game shot the third leg.
Just
Robert
an
Thornton.
exhibition of wonderful scoring and fantastic finishing. And another one off me bingo book.
Fourth leg, Mike.
3 legs in.
Throw first. Game on.
They are the averages. Incredible standard.
41.
You're spoiling it.
I mean, we get to the point now where we've got to talk about record 180 territory because the record is 9. Josh Payne against Andy Jenkins. There was 7 180s for Josh Payne in that game against Jenks. Now, we're 4 legs in. We've had 5.
I just sit back and enjoy it because maybe the adrenaline is kicking through the body. Now it's about the 2
60.
points. And there's the little wry smile from Wobbs because the thing about darts, you can't sustain darts like they were producing. I mean, you can see just by the averages there with one bad
76.
score. How it can be affected. Now, forget that. Forget the numbers. Now get over that winning line. The darts will look after themselves. The averages will look after themselves. Just sit back and enjoy.
140.
If you can't enjoy this, you can't enjoy darts.
It just makes you think when Van
83.
Gerwen and Taylor were doing it over best of 31 legs, you know, how good, you know, to do that over such a long period. Both players are totally and utterly in the zone.
81.
120 average and 2-1 down.
Makes you feel seasick, doesn't it? I think the average might drop here, though.
40.
But as for all the clamour and all the fun and all the rest of it that we've had the last couple of legs, importantly,
99.
Mike Warburton stands on the brink of a 3-1 lead, defying Robert Thornton's 115.16.
I think my memory at the beginning of that match is
100.
Super Series is
Mike
fantastic.
Gilroy,
Henry goes
80.
ballistic. A sweet, sweet 80 finish.
40.
What
Robert
about you,
Jaguar,
Henry? But remember that
106.
inevitability of the 106 from Verdonk yesterday. I don't think it's going to happen here.
$74.
And for Warby, just
Jaguar,
put it
40.
away. No histrionics, no messing about. 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth
Stunning.
leg. Mike Warburton.
Absolutely beautiful darts. Very, very enjoyable game. And a real delight to watch.
Robert Thornton is averaging
Robert
111.78. Has had 1 dart at double. Has had 3 maxes in this match. And he's staring defeat in the face.
100.
He has to hold here to stay in the match.
I think for Mike Warburton today, I think one word for me that stands out to win a MODUS Super Series is being versatile. He's played the Sven Verdonk. He's had that patience, that stand back where you need tenacity, where you just need to hold your emotions in check. And then he's just been so exquisite here, and he's a big score in 3, 5 180s between them, averaging over 100 against a player averaging 112. Just seems to have the balance right today, does Warburton.
He's getting the bread and butter right.
He's after the door, 60. That's for sure. But he's on the rise.
Well, last time it was a piece of toast for him.
$100.
He wasn't so good yesterday. You started it. This is just beautiful.
177.
Just when you think it can't get any better, Robert Thornton. We'll be looking at stats of person with the highest ever losing average soon.
That's Brian Roman. 111 was the average when he lost
100.
back in Southampton. This is for 13 for Thornton to get back to 3-2. And you may have to take it out because Warburton's staring 78 for the match. Has to go, Robert.
Game shot
What a dart that is. What a match this is. Finely balanced still. But it's Mike Warburton's turn at the board now. Like I said, all he'll be doing, bring your emotions back to check. Winning 15 darts, make your opponent beat you in 12, and don't hit a 5 first dart.
85.
Last dart. No panic with Mike. I know he watches his games back, and Mike, what I'll say to you, one of your strongest attributes is the fact you don't show distress in your throw. You don't show petulant. You don't throw your arms about. You don't shake your head. And I think that's something that's really a good trait to have.
Is this the move?
85.
That's another slip into the 5. He found another treble there, then he may have just seen the back of his opponent.
68.
And again, after a first dart in the treble, it's a disappointing visit. And suddenly, after the excellence, comes a tentativity.
60.
Easy for you to say. Now it's just about match conditions, Henry. Now it's just about a fight between two players.
59.
I like 19s on 271, but I think Mike is so traditional the way he plays. Look how straight. That has to be followed. Has to be followed.
140.
Absolutely beautiful.
Quite simply, Thornton had to hit a max there. Because you don't expect Warburton to need more than 6 darts the way he's been playing at 131 to get the job done. May only need 3.
Must be feeling very optimistic now about this group, but he has to put this game to bed.
57.
That's possibly, well, it's not enough in a sense that it's not a gimme 74. For a 140 from Thornton here would make this match very, very interesting.
140.
Just when you think you've seen the best of the darts so far, this is what you practice for, these moments. 2 darts at double 16. What a significant move that was. What an unbelievable game between two fantastic friends, both magnanimous in defeat. Mike Warburton, that was outstanding. Look at his reaction. And well-deserved, beautiful, and just look at those stats. A losing average of just shy of 106. Everything excels there. The match of the week so far, a real delight. Jeremy Fagg, Sven Verdonk, follow that.
Welcome back, Sven Verdonk and Jeremy Fagg, just completing their practice starts ahead of Game 10. Jeremy is still top of the table, but he does have company now after that victory for Mike Warburton. And what was Robert Thornton yesterday, winning 3 matches without playing his best, and then averages 106, then gets beaten 4-2 by Warby. So Warburton and Fagg the front runners, but Thornton still does have the Australian to play, so he will be determined to get a bit of a buffer ahead of that final match for the pair. It is top against bottom. Sven still with only 2 wins to his name, both against Mark Barilli. Can he pull off the big upset? Let's find out with Henry and Glenn.
Yes, yeah, for the guy in your picture there, he has to forget what he's just witnessed there, because I could sort of hear of a round of applause from the guys as they walked in. He's got his own job to do as Jeremy. He's still top. He can still do damage. He'll feel confident against Sven Verdonk, who has shown improvement today. But you've still got to fancy the Aussie in this one, H.
You have to, and that's because of the way that he's played on a consistent
Press
scale.
Jeremy to throw first.
And he can win in
Game on.
different ways. He can dominate, but he can also find a way of carving victories out. You've got a variety of ways you can become victorious. You become a very hard player to stop.
140.
And I think as this week moves along, the better Jeremy Fagg is becoming.
Yeah, my good friend Tony Mitchell, cracking game, Thornton versus Wommer. Certainly was, Tony. It was like me versus you in the Mask Workman's Club in 2001.
Gonna have to elaborate there.
Before you moved to Grimsby.
140.
That was a great game. I mean, yesterday I was slightly disappointed. There's not many days I've been disappointed in the MODUS Super Series because certain things have happened, you know, and I just felt that the players were playing below par, you know, highlighted
60.
by the fact, you know, Robert Thornton was nowhere near his best. I don't know about you, Henry, but I think today has been absolutely superb. And a lot of it's got to do with the guy who's playing this match, not throwing his darts now, Sven.
96.
I think we were quite critical of his pace, and, you know, it was highlighted with things like the 27-minute game. But I think he's really stepped up today. I mean, they've still only got the 2 wins against the same player, but performance levels-wise, and I still think he's got 1 or 2 things to say, not only in this group.
140.
Who knows when it comes to Group C or B.
Well, you mentioned yesterday, and rightly so, that you thought the standard would be better today, and we're seeing an elevated performance from our players. That is for sure.
Now, I really like the fat 20 at that point there.
161.
Just leave yourself a 2 dart. You've made it very difficult. I agree with covering the treble, so just play it safe. Don't go for the greed of the treble 16. I like bull here.
90. Jeremy requires 73.
And now, what should have been a 2 darter is quite a tricky 3 darter. Fat 14. And how many times do we say 1 darter tops?
33.
So if we always say 1 dart at tops, try and bring into your
71.
routines games that has 1 dart at tops. Treble 13 or treble 17? Looks like treble 13, looking at the eye line. So again, fat 18. That flight could be covering the 18 path, so just feels a bit more of a lob for, you know what? 1 dart at tops, and there's the difference. There's the fist pump. Sven Verdonk is coming to the party.
And as a famous commentator once said, Jeremy may miss and Sven may hit. And that's exactly what Verdonk did.
Sven.
Second most famous Sven in sport, isn't it? After Sven Goran Eriksson. Former England boss, former Manchester City manager.
41.
Are you excited for the Middlesbrough game tomorrow then?
Not as excited for the second leg of Sheffield Wednesday against Peterborough United.
What was the score in the first leg?
4-0.
Oh, good. Sheffield Wednesday are play 4-0 to Peterborough.
100.
Wow. Good job Chris Murphy's not listening. 4-0.
At least one Sheffield club got promoted this season.
Ooh. That's a right kick in the Borelli.
82.
See, I can't talk from mid-table obscurity in League One, so...
Positives for Portsmouth, though?
60.
It was a season that flattered to deceive. There was points where there was possibility of something happening, and then it just never quite materialised.
Get Michael Carrick in. Look at that from Sverdonk now. It's like the throw is
60.
between 5 and 10 seconds quicker. Such a traditional throw. You can see that there. Look at the eye line. I don't think I've ever seen it so dominant in a player here at the MODUS Super Series. That tells me that he's either left or right eye dominant the way he's doing that. Whereas Verdonk is someone who just stares at the treble 20 bed. And then it's just all about the timing.
39.
I was going to do a little tour in Australia at one point.
70.
A guy on Facebook, Sydney Darts, if he's listening. It was all sort of mapped out for me as well, but it was when I was really heavily playing, probably right at the top of my game. So we're probably looking at 2019. I just couldn't fit it in the schedule, but there's something about playing in Canada. There's talk of me going to America and Canada next year to play darts for Jeff Smith and
80.
Danny Baggish.
You ever been to Canada?
Newfoundland, but because England was so dominant, all I saw seriously was the hotel and the venue.
134.
Once again, the setup there from Jeremy makes him a big favourite for this leg. Just running repairs for the Belgian.
Well, it's not quite the pit stop that we see from Luigi in the film Cars. Pit stop.
Was that with Paul Nicholson there? I don't watch films, so I don't get them. I don't get the jokes. He does like going down on 19s for his setup play and hitting it.
95. Jeremy Roquois, 41.
But for Fag right now, it's these two dart combos. Big number. Smashing the double. 1-1.
Shot on the second leg, Jeremy Fag.
And it's another one of those 6 visit legs that's materialised, and that has seemingly been the path for the course over the course of this week.
Game on.
Just another shout out for our referee there. We just got a little close up of Danny McNamara there. He must be really enjoying the darts today.
123.
Massive amount of 180s, big finishes, tight tussles. And a bit of everything today, Hitch. But who is going to come out on top? Look at that game coming soon. So for Jeremy, he's got Sven here. He'll feel confident. And he's up against 100. The wounded Robert Thornton, who's got a big all-Scottish class coming up soon. So that could be a game to watch. And for Mike Warburton, John Desmarais and Mark Borelli, he'd have to fancy his chances in them 2 matches each.
You would, and if Robert Thornton plays anything like that last game, we're going to see some fireworks. We're seeing some fireworks here from Jeremy Fag. Averaging just under the ton mark now, following that maximum. It's been a really good leg. Ton 2-3, ton 80. Putting Verdonk to the sword.
100.
It's a great name, Verdonk.
Sounds so good, doesn't it? It's like one of those words, you know, when you say it, it rolls off the tongue so nicely. Verdonk.
All right, calm down, lad. Got all Mills and Boone on me there.
Like rhubarb.
55. Jeremy Roquois, 100.
Treble 20. Doesn't need to go tops off. That's an awful marker. There's nothing he could do there, just apart from playing safe.
60.
And the best start of them 3 was the last one. Lovely and sweet. Get back, reset, and put yourself in pole position.
$45.
Well, 13
Jeremy
darter.
Maguire,
He's turned the
40.
screw in the last couple of legs. And he's severely turning this game in his direction. Climbing down. And climbing
On
in
the third leg,
to a
Jeremy
2-1 lead against Sven Verdonk.
I love to listen to sort of like stories of dart
Fourth
play.
leg
So when you
spin
think of
to
Aussie darts,
throw
obviously you
first.
think Whitlock,
Game on.
you think Hetter, you think of others. But if you speak with Chris Mason, he said Tony David, when he came over and won Lakeside, he played in the London Super League, and he said he was frightening on boards that don't have trebles the size that you're looking at now. Let's be, Chris
81.
Mason gave an example. In the old days, the boards, the trebles were half the size, and Tony David was just rapid on them. He was just 30, 90 plus average every time he played, and he said it was some London team they had. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but I think Tony David is the best friend of Jeremy, or someone he looks up to, as in Tony David.
Australian world champion back in 2002.
60.
Mervyn King in that final at Lakeside.
Yeah, the only Aussie I've had stay at my house is Corey Cadby, quiet as a mouse day one. Second one, he was laying on my settee and everything. And third
59.
one, he went out with some young lads where I live and threw up on my carpet. Can you believe that?
But did he clean up, unlike Charlie?
No.
123. $96.
Second best in this leg so far, so Sven's to lose. And 237, the number 137 always comes in your mind. Not this time, it's going to be. What that means now is Jeremy Fagg is a player in this leg. He was beginning to just be a big outsider. Now he's only 70 behind, and with that first dart there from absolutely nowhere, Jeremy potentially becomes favourite if the treble 19 goes in there, but it's still in the hands of Verdonk. A nice 1-7-1 he's thinking here.
Well, effectively, if he comes up dry again here, all the hard work that he's done has kind of been undone, but you could set this up beautifully here.
95.
116 is not kind of the indent that he wanted, and so for Jeremy, a couple of trebles here would be like gold dust to him. Oh, what a setup. That really had changed the dynamic of the leg.
Yeah, the 116s always looks inviting, but when your opponent's on 56, you can tighten up. But like I said, there's that little wobble on that first dart there. That won't do him any favours. He has to reset. He's got away. He's going to have a dart at tops. For 2-2. Oh, yes.
On the fourth leg,
Exactly
Sven
what the
Verdonk.
score is. Sven Verdonk, just when you think he's a beaten man, he is up to trying to beat another player. The only
Fifth leg,
person he's
Jeremy
beat so
to
far this week has been Mark
throw
Borelli. It
Game
would be
on.
a big shock, and the big winner would be Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton, you would think, because Jeremy is a big favourite for this match. I don't think he'll panic. He still has the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs if it
100.
goes the full distance. So still advantage to the Aussie.
However, slip
81.
with the last dart. If he could have found another treble on top of that, then he would have taken command of this leg. Now, you can't really mention Australia and Belgium in darting terms without bringing up that famous World Cup of Darts affair back in
97.
2015, the Nicholson and Highbrechts affair.
Yeah, I still think it's maybe alongside the Barney and MVG against Taylor and Lewis, but that's the game I think of, that Belgium, Australia. And then the same week, Belgium, England, what a World Cup that was in Hamburg.
130. 35.
I'm doing a bit of work with Taylor, so he did speak an awful lot. We actually went past the venue and hotel on the way to the airport. Nice to hear that Raymond Smith's listening in. I said yesterday, my favourite Twitter page at the moment is Raymond Smith. Very, very intelligent man, real thinker and knowledgeable man of the game, and how good is he here at the MODUS Super Series? And I think the catalyst of why we're getting the Aussies over here now, after seeing what the brilliant Raymond Smith did.
83.
I'm still welcome over in Australia anytime, so I'm ready when you are, Raymondo. I'll get on to my good friend Tony Mitchell. Mentioned there that I played him in the Mask Workman's Club. Well, I remember him getting a 36 average at counting. He's asking me, did I ever beat it in my 100 caps for Cleveland? Well, I matched it, Tony. I think my highest was 36-66 also against Devon.
Peterson or the county.
53. Jeremy O'Quire.
South Africa
40.
weren't allowed in the county system. Tops for Fag. And it's Fag end.
The fifth leg, Jeremy
Fag takes the fifth leg, an important leg for the Aussie. And for Sven Verdonk, the concentration levels are still there. You can see the focus in his eyes. And he's deep in thought as the Aussie, but he'd be absolutely over the moon to take that very important leg of darts.
Well, he knows the significance of it because he can move on to 14 points, plus the significant legs difference he has in his favour. He is effectively then piling the pressure on as Sven Verdonk gets a bit of a Robin Hood.
That's his third today, but I can't see the actual ring there unless it's the same colour as the stem. I'm not sure what it keeps digging into, but that is a stunning third dart. Stunning. I can't tell you how good that was, Henry, the way he absolutely went through that. I mean, 99 players would have gone down to the 19s there.
Well, he would have. But he would hardly have seen anything of the bed.
Exactly. That's why you go down. I think the best dart I ever seen was in a local competition. A guy called Peter Searle. He threw at the treble 20. It bounced out, but it landed back in the board and it went into treble 19. It was a classic dart.
We had one here. It was the very first week we were in Portsmouth. Actually, only the second day we were here in Portsmouth. It was the first day behind closed doors on the Monday. James Richardson had this 180. The third dart
60
has bounced in, bounced out, but gone between the first two darts. And so the point was very meagerly penetrating the bed. And it counted.
Yeah, I had to watch it a few times on a video because we couldn't quite tell as the audience what exactly was going on.
85.
This looks like it's going the full 7 legs.
58. Sven O'Quire 156.
Yeah, that spoiler roll. It just sort of seemed to relax now, Desmaro and Verdonk, because I think they know now they're not going to top the group. So now it's about playing for that word momentum. It's about playing for Thursday and Friday, just building yourself into some form. But I think Sven can go away today and think, you know, I've seen a lot of positives. For Desmaro, it's just been a bit of this, bit of that, really. I think he could do with a really
81.
Sparkling performance to finish off his day.
111.
Aye.
We had this in the quiz, didn't we? But you said 99, but I won't hold it against you. He can still finish. Oh, because he's on 2-2-4, I guess, but
87.
Yeah, the setup player is that's an experienced player. Even though I don't know if he's 59 or 47, I can't work it out.
98. Sven O'Quire 24.
Double 12. He won't panic if he splits it because he's hit double 6 a few times today. That's the perfect marker. Oh dear. Jeremy Fago hit 2 1-2-6s yesterday. Can he make it a hat-trick?
No score.
For the match, and he's busted the score.
126.
Sven Verdonk. And so, Jeremy, 1-2-6 to complete the job. Another one of them. Oh, yes. And so it's going to be one dart at double six to do it again.
And the match.
That is his
Jeremy
third
Fagg.
1-2-6 finish of the week. And it finishes off Sven Verdonk by 4 legs to 2. It moves him on to 14 points in the group and continues his state of authority at the top of Group A. A 92.87 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles, and finished off with that 1-2-6 finish. So we're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Mark Barilli's in action. He takes on Robert Thornton.
Welcome back. Game 11 of today's 15 about to get underway. And after his kind of glorious defeat to Mike Warburton a little earlier and Jeremy Fagg's victory before the break, it's become kind of imperative for Robert Thornton and his chances of winning this group that he wins this match. He faced his fellow Scotsman Mark Barilli, who actually won this fixture 4-0 yesterday. And if he can see off the thorn again, then he drags his opponent into a battle with him for P3 and Group B. So a really interesting double narrative then on this one. And our narrators are Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, this was the moment yesterday when I thought Mark Barilli could be his week. It was a big win. He opened up with a fine win and then played his good friend and fellow Scotchman Robert Thornton, and I thought he was absolutely fantastic in this game. Totally strange scenario for Robert Thornton, who's been sneaking the odd win here and there without playing at his best. And yet the game of the week by just a long, long stretch. We absolutely loved it in the comms box here between Robert Thornton and Mike Warburton, and averaging
First
just shy of
mark
106
to
and
Thoreau
losing the
first.
game. But
Game on.
once again, that's darts for you.
But that's a statement Thornton needed to
25.
put out. Okay, it was a losing average, but it's just telling everybody else, I've arrived now. I'm here. Come and beat me, you peril.
100.
It's never tough to be playing good friends, and I'm sure they've bounced off each other in the players
85.
area. Like I said, it's quite a cosmopolitan players room this time. I'm sure the two Scots lads are seeing them having a chat with Sven Verdonk this morning. Making me
83.
giggle, but I think I understand Sven a little bit better than the two Scots lads.
96.
I wonder what his greatest win is, Robert. I know he was proud of the seniors, but obviously to win a UK Open and a Grand Prix, against Taylor and MVG as well. I mean, it's not like you're beating Henry Deacon in the final. It's you're playing the two greatest.
138.
I'll take the final. Will Thornton take the 138?
I think under them
98.
circumstances they'd have gone 18s, but that's just because Mark's way back and he's really swinging them like a golfer shouting 4. But on this occasion, it's 5.
30. Robert Jaguar, 40.
Tots of Thornton for 13 to start.
Robert Thornton.
A break of the Barilli darts. And he really is in top mode now, Robert Thornton.
Oh, he's playing poor. He's only averaging 115.
Second leg,
Last
Robert
time he
to
played at this
throw
stage, he was
first.
averaging 140.
Game on.
Wake up, Robert.
In some ways, I'm kind of glad he isn't, just to save my voice.
Glenn is dying to say, I was thinking the same for my
125.
ears. But I won't.
Rumour has it, if I got any louder, they were going to use my voice as a dog
76.
whistle.
I've seen my favourite advert from Mason's voice to your voice, and that tickled me. This is beautiful, H.
121.
And if you want to watch darts like this, scan that QR code, the Tungsten T-Rex, and you can join us
80.
every single Saturday night at the Super Series. Couple of quid booking fee to watch some world-class darts, and we've been treated to some world-class darts over the course of the last
60.
couple of matches, it has to be said. I mean, the averages in the last few games, 105, 96, 92, 3 of those 4. And the 105 was a losing average.
125.
It's been a clear raise on the poker table today. Like I said, I think all players yesterday were probably not... You know, I said Jeremy Fagg might be
100.
fairly happy, but on his social media post, he was quite disappointed with how he played. But I tell you what, I think all 6 will go to bed today and be fairly happy with a job well done. Maybe
29.
apart from the guy in your picture,
Robert
Mark
O'Hara,
Borelli there. It hasn't
95.
been sort of his day so far.
Well, there was an opportunity for things to open up for him, and he hasn't really been able to
55.
really take advantage of that. And I think that's why he will feel a bit disappointed.
I know he wants to peak
79.
ready for Lakeside
Roger
this year.
O'Hara, 40.
So I think, you know, a lot of his practice will be coming sort of autumn time. He's had plenty of practice on double tennis Thornton over the years,
20.
but not this time.
Marker wire 112.
And from nowhere, this is very gettable. I like treble 18 at that stage, but only because you can't, yeah, exactly for that reason. You can't see the bed where you've got a big wide open treble 18, albeit it leaves double 19.
76. Robert Jaguar 20.
Looking like 2-0 Thornton. Or is it?
Game shot on the second leg. Robert Thornton.
Certainly is, and in rapid time. Just over 3 minutes for 2 legs. Like I said, these
Third
two
leg
are the
mark
perfect
to
dance
throw
partner
first.
for each other.
Game on.
Good friends. The pace really suits the pair of them, but right now it's advantage to Thornton.
30.
2-0 in front, and he's elevating the performance levels to some tune here.
55.
But we expected this at some point with Robert. You didn't expect him to kind of have these performances in the 80s and then not be a response.
45.
Yeah, thank you to Anthony Ingram on Twitter. Is Borelli the only long sleeve thrower? But I think we came up with a couple. Les Wallace and
140.
Coach Stompe, the
Coach
podcaster's
Stompe.
favourites.
Yeah. I mean, it's my worst nightmare to play in long sleeves, so... But Mark's done it. I've seen it. I think it was Antwerp
66.
or something. You played in like a yacht club. Like it was like a greenhouse in there. He still walked in with his jumper on. My favourite jumper
59.
story is Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon. And I played and I felt like I was in a really tough section in Newcastle in the early 2000s. And I came to a really tough area and this guy was tightest jeans you've ever seen. And a black
125.
jumper walks on by the name of Gordon Dobie. 4-0 later, I was shaking his hand as a runner-up. He was awesome. What a player he
97.
was. He would be a delight here at the MODUS Super Series. And I tell you what, he would do very, very well. He's still banging in 30 averages in the Thumberland Super
54.
League.
Robert
He would
Jaguar
be a real coup
150.
to get him here.
His son ain't too bad either.
His dad was better.
82.
No, he does tune in every now and then, Chris Dobie, if you are. Very warm welcome to you.
56.
He doesn't
Robert
bully me
Jaguar
as often
68.
as he used to, but 68 for Thornton. Maybe one dart is beloved tops.
48.
Dipping a little bit low. 125 is always inviting because you're looking at the bullseye area. Not
30.
at the race as Borelli in this one.
20.
3-0 Thornton.
Third leg, Robert Thornton.
Well, he's hardly got out of starter's orders, has he? And Robert Thornton can see the final furlong square in the face now. He's 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, Robert
As the throw
first.
to seal a 4-0 success. And it would put him onto 12 points. But crucially as well, in terms of the leg's difference, if he can get it done in this leg,
48.
he would move above Mike Warburton on that particular mark on +6.
Yes, Thornton is galloping to a whitewash win here. Borelli, you can just feel it. It's said many times, the loneliest place up there when things aren't going well for you. And it's pretty brutal, the MODUS Super Series. 5 games in a day. Look how sweet that dart is. Obviously not a very tall player, Robert, so the elevation of the dart, that's a really go in the air there, was total opposite for this guy. Look how tall and elegant. Just total polar opposites in throws.
56.
All going for the same target. You've heard me talk a lot about throws. What do you see there, Hitch?
35.
What have you learned?
It's a throw that over years has not deviated, and the reason it's not deviated is because of the simplicity of it. He brings the dart up, he pulls it back, he releases. And I remember years ago watching a John Lowe documentary when I was starting to throw, and I don't confess to be any kind of decent player, but I remember him saying the key components
100.
is to make sure you have a start point, a bring back point, and a fire point. And as long as they flow, that's the component to play the best possible darts.
Would you believe me if I said I've only just found that film and I only watched it for the first time 2 weeks ago? And now use it an awful lot. I couldn't believe what I was watching. Big 18.
98.
This is super darts from Thornton. Just the easiest 2 points of the week, he'll feel. After such a battle royal he had with his good friend yesterday.
90.
It's been a very comfortable and professional performance from Robert Thornton.
Game shot.
And as quick as it started, it soon ends as Robert Thornton a big 4-0 victory, a huge whitewash win, a big 2 point, and also think of the legs difference in there because it does take him over at Warburton and he goes into a clear second position. And speaking of Warburton, he's up next against the Belgian John Desmarais.
Well, this race for top spot in Group A is getting very, very interesting. Jeremy Fagg keeps on winning. Robert Thornton is producing explosive performances now. But is it Mike Warburton, the man who is making a move on the middle day of Group A? The Welshman has won all 3 of his games so far, including victories against those other 2 players in the top 3. 3 wins for Warby, but 3 defeats for his opponent here, Belgium's John Desremote, who was only 2 points behind Warburton at the end of play on Monday. He could be 10 points behind him after this. And I'll hand you back to Glenn and Henry to talk you through it.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, it's been a Warburton day for Stewart. He doesn't give an awful lot away. I know because I've seen him here at the MODUS Super Series, spoke to him afterwards. He's got a real steely determination to win, and I doubted him this morning. I think it's fair to say I've waxed lyrical about him so many times in this comms box. But, you know, this morning when asked it, I think is Moving Tuesday all about this guy. And that's only because I just didn't see that spark yesterday, and on the back of a disappointing challenge to it, and the fact he's not doing local league, I put all that in the mixing pot and came up with an answer of that. But to my delight, he's been absolutely superb, and that game against Robert Thornton will live in the memory. And but he needs to kick on now. That's sometimes the most difficult thing in darts. You know, sometimes you have all the plaudits, all the credits. You sit there and you think you're the Mr. I Am. But it's back to business now against 2 players he can and should be beaten in Desmarais and Borelli. So it's over to you, Warby.
Well, it's that old saying, isn't it? Trying to follow the Lord Mayor's show. And that's exactly what Warburton's got to do here. So I have that fantastic performance, but how are you going to back it up here? And I think that's the difference between a lot of players who play in this competition is they can put in some blockbuster performances, but the difference between possibly them and take it to the next level 53. Is then repeating that level of performance.
Yeah, I enjoyed the game between them yesterday. It was quite early on, and we were talking about how, you know, the difference in throws, you know, that's hard to repeat that one, and then the quite snatchy, wristy, flicky dart of Desmarais. But there wasn't a lot to separate them yesterday. It was a nice 90 average by Warby that just took the spoils. And boy, what he'd give for that right now, because he does look the better player, even very, very early in this first leg.
Just wondering whether Desmarais just hitting a little bit of a wall here. Struggled in his last game against Jeremy Fagg, averaged underneath 80. And we sometimes see this with debutants. We sometimes see this with players where there just be a phase in the week where they can hit a psychological wall because of the amount of matches that they're playing.
You know, we try to give you as much as we'll look at this finish before I get my point across. Tops
76.
Once again, just going a little bit high. I didn't normally give too much away there, and I just clearly wasn't impressed with that, but just needs to get back, reset. And replication is key.
89. Micro 40.
I'll try and get me point what I was going to mention there about being in the minds of the players.
20. John Eurocar 114.
Real potential turning point here. This treble 18 goes in, it makes it very interesting.
58.
But Warby cannot miss this
20.
double 10 this time. He's messed about.
Game shot of the first leg.
That is right in the middle. But we do some fantastic features here. We've seen some interviews. We've seen some of the things that we're trying to produce here. It'd be great to see some of the real players who've been since the evolution of the online league to the MODUS Super Series. What it must be like to be someone like John Desmarais now, in a sense that the day's been a bit of a disaster for him. It's tough up there. You know, what's in the mind of the player? How do you motivate yourself? Do you just want to get off there? Do you feel like walking away? It'd be nice to sort of get a feature of the players like the Ushers of this world, the James Richardsons, who've been here from the very, very early, just to see how they deal with a perfect day at the MODUS Super Series and how to deal with the worst day at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
Well, the first ever week here, Kieran Tian, bottom of Group A, few wins on the board, and then went on to win the week. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
So I'd love to hear more from him about that story. You know, what was it? What did he do on the Tuesday? What did he do different? Did he have an early night? Did he do the opposite?
60.
Moreno Blom lost his first 4 games of Group A last week and then went on to win it. It was an incredible spurt. He won
98.
10 out of 11 games. Incredible stuff.
Especially in such a tough group as it was.
First player through to Champions Week is Danny Lauby, the American, beat Wesley Harms in the final on Saturday. And so we already know we're going to have a bit of an international eclectic mix at Champions Week. Right from the get-go. But have a look at this from Desabo. And it may be in vain because Warburton is looking for 101 to get this leg done in 15. Down he goes. Looking to find double 12, but the treble couldn't have been accrued.
49.
Will we have an Englishman
105
in Champions Week this series? Who knows? The setup play was good,
48.
but he'd be disappointed with our effort.
Like your 52.
Had 2 darts at double 16 so many times. In the early stages, he was relying on double 8. He's back to that scenario again.
James on the second leg,
With the same
Warburton.
outcome. This is really good stuff, and he's shown the versatility you need to do really well today. Involved in that epic game.
Third leg,
And this
John
time,
to
he's just
throw
doing what he
first.
needs to do, round about that
Game
80, 81, 82 average. Just doing a very professional job.
A win is a win is a win.
So aesthetically pleasing, isn't he? As we see the angle of him there, it's just simple pull back to the face, and then it's just. I think that throw can do some damage in the game of darts. I think it's more belief with him now, more hard work. Like I said, talent's 50%. And that's what John is seeing there.
96.
Watch the way these darts fly through the air. It's like a plane landed at the end. All the work's done in the last 12 inches for him. It's just that last final descent. But for John, it's like a snap. Crunching the dart to the board.
57.
You say Warburton's throw is a little bit like an aircraft. At the minute, Desimo's failed to get out of the taxi.
100.
It's just not happening for him at the minute, is it? He's having a bit of a wobble in the middle of day 2. He has got tomorrow to try and play himself into form with what looks set now to be a campaign in Group C.
100.
Thursday and Friday afternoon.
He never really recovered from that first game with Mark Borelli where we said this was a mid-table clash. The winner of this one could kick on. But the loser that could be looking at a long day, and that's how it's turned out to be for John. And this would hurt. That is just the most beautiful dart.
Games on the third
That
leg,
is classical
Mike
finishing
Warburton.
from Mike Warburton. That's finishing from a guy that is top of the table. The confidence is just oozing out of him
Fourth
now.
leg, Mike
He can
to
sense and
throw
feel the
first.
fact he's
Game
going to
on.
play 5 today, win 5. Half the battle right is now just controlling your emotions. Just take that old adage of one leg at a time.
60.
There's a fire lit underneath the belly of Mike Warburton, and you can just see it now. He's trying to rein it in, you can tell that. But Warburton plays his best
119.
when he channels all of them emotions together.
I will say his last game yesterday was awful. That's the only thing I would say. He doesn't look like that
66.
player right now, but for whatever reason, his game yesterday at the end, it was not at the races, and Jeremy Fagg done a real job on him. So for Mike, he just needs to go back and just
100.
keep himself very focused, because it's a game against someone who's out of confidence in Mark Borelli.
But the confidence is exuding through the body of Mike Warburton.
180.
He's on the cusp.
It's his 6th today, and when you consider he only had 1 yesterday, I think that's an indication of where his
60.
scoring power has changed from yesterday to today.
Well, it was power through 140s, wasn't it, yesterday for Warburton? He's converting 2 treble visits into 3 treble visits.
I would even argue that there was his score yesterday was 100. I think 80% of his scores 100 above were 100. Peppered with some 140s and just a trickle of 180s. In fact, there was only one.
100.
Yesterday, following that first start now is my thought process of what I'm seeing. He was, he's on a finish now, but another double 18 for a stunning finish.
114.
And so this is a Hail Mary 1-2-2 for Deswamo. Treble. Couldn't find it, and so Warburton will return for double 18 to get the job done 4-0.
36.
At his best, he makes it ridiculously easy. So simple, so effective. Mike Warburton. Look, there's the chest comes out. A 4-0 victory. A whitewash win. He is absolutely buzzing with that result. And goes joint top with Jeremy Fagg with one more game to play today. The tail of the tape tells it that it was advantage Warburton throughout. The 1-1-6 being the highlight. And next up, a big, big game. Robert Thornton against Jeremy Fagg.
Well, a big performance from Mike Warburton before the break, but a big match to follow it as well. In fact, enormous at the top of the table, because Jeremy Fagg, well, he is top on leg difference from Warburton, but he faces third place Robert Thornton, and if he wins this, all 3 of them will be tied on 14 points. However, if the Aussie can get a result, he will guarantee a first place finish going into the final day of action in this group. It's perfectly set. It's an enormous encounter, and to guide you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And so the final flurry for day 2 at the Super Series, and this could well be the game of it, Robert Thornton up against Jeremy Fagg, because the last couple of performances have been really promising for the Scot. As for Jeremy Fagg, well, he's been, over the course of the last 2 days, the most consistent performer. An elevated performance again last time out. Averaged just under 93, 50% on the doubles, and finished off once again with a 1-2-6 finish. The third time he's nailed that particular checkout this week. But this is the game that could make things very interesting, because, as Chris said, a win for Thornton puts him onto 14 and would open up the door for Mike Warburton against a struggling Mark Barilli in the final match of the session. It's becoming very apparent now that there's 2 leagues of 3.
Even Gary Stone's having to go at the puns now, Henry. No one's going to catch Jeremy Fagg.
60.
His darts are smoking. He's at 1.5 days to come up with that. Poor effort, Gary Stone. Poor.
100.
Talking about Twitter, I'm seeing tweets that people want to ship me off to Australia. What's this all about?
The one of what? To Australia?
85.
The one of what? Peter?
Apparently, Raymond Smith...
Oh, shit.
$100.
Well, that was a close call.
99. Jeremy require 167.
Doesn't need to go for it. Treble would be nice.
60.
Just brings Robert Thornton back into this leg. There's a 140 here. Puts a total different aspect on that 107. It's going to be tough to get a 140 from there.
100. Jeremy
So it's a two-dart combination.
107.
Who is the best finisher? But for Jeremy, I feel like it's a free go. Because this would be a break to throw a big dart already in this match. These two heavyweights.
67.
Right on the wire.
Robert require 100.
His punishment could be missing a dart at tops on the back of a combination because here comes Thornton.
60.
But he cannot convert.
Jeremy
And so Jeremy will get a second
40.
opportunity. Not often do you get two sniffs at a checkout when Thornton's left with tops with two darts in hand.
Game
But Jeremy
for the first
Fagg
leg,
says, thank you
Jeremy
very
Fagg.
much. I'll take full advantage. And once again, a 16-dart leg. Once again, a
Second leg,
six-visit
Jeremy
leg
to
is
throw
more than
first.
sufficient to get the job
Game
done.
on.
And he breaks the throw of the fawn to lead 1-0.
$134.
We
83.
talked an awful lot about Robert Thornton throughout the process. Spoke very highly about Mike Warburton today. The one that we'll less speak about is the guy who's still top of the table and he's just waving his hand saying,
59.
hey guys in the comments box, I'm still here. I'm still top of the table. And if he does a job on Robert Thornton here, it's a big statement to make.
140.
Because potentially, you're then looking at a 4-point gap overnight for Warby and Jeremy Fagg over Thornton. So not only are you wanting one player to be dropping points, you're dropping two.
138.
Any thoughts on Thornton playing the full 5 days, H?
Well, he's done it before, and his record in his record
59.
altogether in qualifying is
Jeremy
impeccable. So
170.
there's nothing to suggest that there'd be any panic stations, no matter what the scenario would be. When he gets to Saturday, he tends to do well. He's just not been able yet to
90.
get over that final hurdle. And I know that that is his motivation this week because he said it the last couple of times he's here. Saturday has been a bit of a hoodoo day for him here at the Live Lounge.
124.
Yeah, I remember
Jeremy
his reaction when
80.
Matt Clark beat him. He couldn't wait to get off the stage. It's a good start to this 80 finish.
Game
Wow,
shot
them
of the second
two-dart
leg,
combinations.
Jeremy Fagg.
That's an area where I felt all 6 players could be doing better. Around about that 76 to 96 finish. When you're hitting them
Third
in
leg,
2
Robert
darts,
to throw
just
first.
take a double
Game on.
whammy, a double punch to your opponent. And Fagg's taking control here. And for Robert Thornton, we need to see the very, very best from him.
125.
Done in the space of 30 darts as well. 100.2 the average. Now, we've spoken about the Thornton throw. We're going to have a look at both players from a side on angle. The next time Jeremy comes to the board, let's just have a little bit of analysis of his action and his throw.
45.
Yeah, it's very traditional, but looking at the eyes, and I feel like he's a real left-eye dominant player. Look at that. He's visualising that dart. If you put a ... right across when them darts are going, that's, I think,
123.
how he's sort of anticipating and visualising the dart going in. It's a very nice throw. Very little body movement.
60.
I always think that's very key, something I promote very much. Get into your position there, then lift your darts, and just let the mechanics of the arm. You just sort of go backwards a little bit. If you just see his nose there, if you focus on the nose there, Henry, just as he's pulling back.
125.
And that's something that you don't often see, a player coming back there. But generally, very nice throw.
And generally, very nice darts. And Thornton can't really do much in reply.
55.
Average of 102.5. And he's on the fish after 9. And has got 6 darts at it for a 3-0 lead. Go on, Jeremy. You'll never know if he was going to go for the bull.
98.
Being watched on by the bull. Mal Cummings upstairs.
Yeah, I fancied that.
$100. Jeremy requires 72.
For 3-0. In the blink of an eye.
Game shot
He
of the
is
leg,
doing
Jeremy
some
Fagg.
destruction on day 2, Jeremy Fagg. He leads Thornton 3-0, and he may well...
Fourth leg, Jeremy to throw first.
...be...
Game on.
...implying a victory which could well set him fair to win Group A. He could well wipe Thornton out of the equation here very, very quickly indeed. It wouldn't just be the fact that he'd be behind by 4 points. It would be the fact that the legs difference would have an absolute decimation with a big victory.
Yeah, it's a considerable statement to make. When you're checking out an 80 in 2 darts, 72 in 2 darts, not only are you telling yourself the positives, but the 5 players, you know, your opponent up there, the 4 players in the area, that I'm getting better as the week's going on. It's just a nice thing to do, and a 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton sends seismic waves across the rest of the players.
And Thornton hasn't played badly. He was averaging 87 before that turn. But Jeremy Fagg here with an average of 104.34. And usually when we see that, it's because of a blockbuster 180 rate. But what it has been down to, as we take a quick look at the score with Power Pack, is
39.
there. The proficiency in the ton plus column. Those 1 treble and sometimes 2 treble visits. That is what's been harboring his hopes and trying to get him over the line here. 3 out of 5 and it's come to the finishing. Thornton's only had 2 darts of double in this game.
Leave yourself 1-2-6, Jeremy. You've already done that 3 times this week. Just hit a fat 20.
100.
Is that a dart of a desperate man?
40. Jeremy
Look what he's
requires
left.
126.
It's the Jeremy. Can he win back-to-back games on the same checkout? Could you, Jeremy? It was almost 1-2-6 in game.
139.
Still a big favourite because 139's a toughie and he can't do it now.
87.
And all them hours of practicing
Jeremy required 25.
on the dartboard for moments like this. A huge statement to make. It's 2 darts at 888. Huge moments for Jeremy Fagg. A big 4-0 victory over the heavyweight that is Robert Thornton, the big favourite of the group going into the week. The Aussie makes a huge statement, 98.56, 4 from 7 on the outer ring. That was outstanding. And it's the Belgium affair up next. It's Sven Verdonk against John Desmarais.
Welcome back. A big win for Jeremy Fagg before the break there, ensuring he will be top of the table at the end of today's play, even if it is only on leg difference. Mike Warburton can go level on points. That's the last match of the day, but after that tussle at the top, it's time for a fight at the foot of Group A. No wins yet today for John Desrimo, and 2 overall for both him and his compatriot Sven Verdonk. This for a bit of bragging rights and national pride. It's an all-Belgian basement battle, and it will be described by Messrs Durrant and Deacon.
Yes, a Belgian affair, but I think for the first time this week, does Sven Verdonk go into this match as the favourite? I think he's been a heavy underdog throughout, but I think the better player of the day, John just looks a very lonely figure up there. Just things haven't gone right for him. I feel like getting older, John, and just saying, look, Group A is Group A. There's still an awful lot to play for this week, because if you go into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with that frame of mind, it can really hurt. Well, I think Sven is showing signs he's just feeling happy. And for me, Hitch, just because he's just sped that throw just a little touch.
It feels like a pair of players that are moving like boats through the channel. Verdonk is moving upstream, whereas Desrimo is swimming against the tide a little bit. It's a bit of a wall he's hit. Can he finish the day strongly? Give himself a springboard going into tomorrow's action.
Yeah, the bookies have got John Desmond just as a slight favourite. Nothing between them. Please remember
77.
to gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. 2 Belgium fighting for bragging rights. They've been sat with each other all week. Probably travelled together. Probably both enjoyed that 180 from Desmero.
Danny McNamara did.
Yeah, another cracking job.
He might be able to call another. Sing it loud, sing it proud, Danny.
100. Sven, you require 104.
Lovely leg of darts. Scoring phase, tick. Setup phase, tick. Finishing. To be continued.
But will Verdonk be allowed to continue this leg after this visit? Because Desiree has left 96 after 9. He's on for potential 11 dart leg here.
56.
Now straight into the treble 8, so it leaves him on 48. Should he return? This is for an opening leg break for the Belgian. May stay there. Indeed he did. Elected against the double-double.
38. Sven, you require 48.
So 48 for Verdonk to take the opening leg. 8 is what he wants for tops, and nearly straight into the double. But he finds the double top to lead 1-0. A proficiently good first leg from the pair, but it's in the leisure of Sven Verdonk.
Second leg, John, to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think they both enjoyed that. Like I said, it's nice to be playing up. I'm sure they've shared many, many legs of darts together. They probably feel
100.
good up there together. And they're going to bring the best out of each other. Yes, it was such a big, big win for Desmond. That stunning 95 plus average he did in his first game of the week. When we started thinking of him as a potential winner of the Group A, but just hasn't panned out with just one win since then.
60.
Sometimes it's not about always how you start, it's how you finish. And if you can just peg a really good game in, and so far so good here.
100.
This would be the kind of confidence boost he needs going into tomorrow. And look, both of these players can, the same as Mark Barilli, can use tomorrow as an absolute free hit because there's no pressure, no expectation. They're both expected to be playing in Group C, and they're probably going to play in Group C unless something miraculous happens. So just use tomorrow as a free hit. Try and get your form guide as good as possible. Maybe get a win that stops someone from winning the group, and that might help you as well. they go into Group C with that confidence rebuilt and restored and ready to go for the second charge.
$140.
You know, when Verdonk gets it right, he gets it right, doesn't he? He only gets that timing wrong, whereas John is, you feel it's a bit of feast or famine at the moment with him. It's,
Then you require
you don't know if you're going to get a 180
$161.
off him or 31 points. You just don't have the confidence, whereas Sven right now, there's that very long start. When it gets down to his finish, he's taken between 20 and 30 seconds for his 3 darts. Should be looking to bull last dart.
44.
And the reason they do that, would have left
John,
it
you
2
require
darter had you hit the 25 on the
130.
bull. Desmond will be thinking just the 1 treble. There it is. So you think he's going to get a dart at the bull, but it's actually double 5.
125.
But do you remember earlier where he
Then you
stood
require
back for a second, then
117.
went for the double 5? I thought he'd learnt his lesson, because I think when he throws 3 darts together on a finish, it becomes a little snatchy. Can't finish now, Sven.
$49. John, you require 5.
For me, we're looking at each other. The pace has just really gone down again, and that's complement with the fact that Sven's not playing as well.
No score.
That was Sven. I would just
Sven
let the
requires
emotions go.
68.
Just work on the rhythm right now. Just see if that's working, because that mid part of today, when he was playing 5 or 10 seconds quicker than this, he was better. But when it comes to finishes, he's stopping again, starting again. That first dart takes forever.
Well, we saw something similar yesterday in his last game against Robert Thornton. As he goes for tops and goes just
48.
underneath, where
John,
the energy just zapped out in that final game. Double 2. Now, the madhouse
John on the second leg. John
to level up
Desrimer.
for the Killer B.
This smacks 4-3 to me,
Third
this
leg
game.
Sven to throw first. Game on.
You just feel that John's lost his buzz.
I actually spoke to John about the Killer B thing yesterday. And I did make a suggestion that a bee can only kill once.
140.
He said, the Killer Bee is a special type of bee.
$84.
I take it he was a fan of that, Glenn.
100.
I'm still trying to dissect the whole lot. Typical that I've got man flu as well in here. Hope I don't give you it.
100.
You can only give a man flu to someone once, and that's it. But it's only a special once. The Super League in the Dutch, you know, a lot of the Belgians playing that. I mean, it's so strong. I remember going to watch an event once. You know, it's on the floor, whereas the county events in UK are played on that stage. You get that stage presence people have talked about. And I think, you know, just being back
60.
on the stage for someone like Sven Verdonk after a few years, like I said, that acclimatised into the whole aspect of the MODUS Super Series. But like I said, for me, what I'm visualising, what I'm seeing right now is back to that pace where I felt uncomfortable watching him.
44.
John still looks very fresh.
41.
I think I'm a little disappointed in his performance in this one. I thought he would really enjoy the challenge and really steamroll over Sven after that terrific win yesterday. This is better.
132.
Sven Verdonk, if you're watching back, your setup play has been amazing.
83.
For 2-1.
Then you require 40.
May get 6 from here with Desimo and 133.
Perfect marker.
Now double 10. Open bed to aim at. But not
20.
found. And can Desimo make a big
On your wire,
mid-match move
133.
by breaking, courtesy of a 1-3-3 finish? It is still very much on, but not now. And so double 10 for Sven
93.
to go 2-1 up.
Then you require 20. Game shot
Took its time.
Sven
But it got to the
Verdonk.
desired target in the end. It's something I'd done with the darts or a grip issue. Didn't seem as frequent
Fourth
as it
leg
was
John to
yesterday.
Rovers.
But
Game
like
on.
I say, Sven potentially is going to win 2 games today. But like I said, that mid part of it, I thought it was beginning to look
70.
like the old Sven Verdonk that I remember. It was someone you'd get in a draw, Henry, where you'd be like, oh, he's dangerous because, like I said, half the battle is that he's dictating the play. Can you imagine how good Dennis Priestley was? I
43.
mean, he played the pace of Sven, but also, I done a VIP with him at the seniors recently. He said if it wasn't for Phil Taylor, he believes he would have won the World Championship 6 or 7 times.
And you could make that argument genuinely just because of the fact of how many World Finals he made. The only stumbling block for Dennis Priestley at the World Championship was by and large Phil Taylor in finals. The record speaks for
45.
itself, and there's 1 or 2 people that say that the one thing that motivated Phil Taylor to achieve the greatness that he achieved was the shellacking that Priestley gave him in
42.
that World Final in 1994. 6-1, Priestley won. And at the time, he was the best player in the world, lost to Larry Butler in the match play final that year. He was by far and away the then WDC world number 1.
55.
But then Taylor beat Harrington in the world final 1995, and the rest, as they say, is history.
$100.
And that'll frustrate you on them darts. I mean, it just looks so easy. Like I said, you're wondering why spraying them about at times. Like I said, I've used the term feast or famine, but you're just not confident. I mean, just look at his scores there. 129, 42, 100. And I just think that sums up his week so far for John.
John, you require 160.
And my best example for being consistent is just getting above that treble 20 bed. Making the target just a
69.
little bit bigger. So see the treble 20, create another treble 20 above it and have that as your target area rather than such a small area like that one that's there. That's something I would say try that.
100. John, you require
To level us up
91.
at
Desmero 2-2. Yay! Get in there. I've been waiting for that for 23 hours.
Say the line, Glenn. Say the line.
It's Desmero 2.
To Rovers. Game on.
That's not the ideal marker underneath the treble. I would have gone down to the 19s
60.
there. Just a little pat on the thigh there. Who did that? Who patted their thigh after every 3 darts?
58.
And at times it really irritated me. Adrian Lewis. Every time he threw 3 darts, pat.
Am I right in saying off the top of my mind you beat him in the match play once?
I was
58.
good that week. Like I said, I'm nowhere near the talent level of Adrian Lewis. For me in the top 5 talents, even now.
96.
But remember, Henry, talent is only 50%. Then you start putting how hard you're working. Bottle. Gerwin Price, 10 out of 10 for Bottle. You give him one dart at 9 each, one dart at a double to win it. That's something you can't buy. That's inside, that's part of your attribute, your skills of being able to do it. But talent-wise, I think A.D. Lewis has it all.
39.
That second year you got to the match play semi-final, was that the one where you had that real belief that tournament was yours? Because it felt quite open at that point.
Well, the first one was the best week of my darting life, barring the first Lakeside. As Desmarais hits a max. So them Lakeside weeks were lovely. I just got the balance right and was the best player in the BDO for a while, and I felt that. But when I went to feel the love of a PDC crowd, a full crowd, the Michael van Gerwen game,
28.
they were extremely special moments. The second time when I thought it was mine, it was behind closed doors, and I lost to Dimmy. And I was losing the game throughout and nearly got it back to 15 each.
119.
Would have played Gary Anderson in the final. But yeah, that was a strange one because there was no crowd. But the first one, 19, was an unbelievable week.
60. John Uruguay, 48.
I won 2 Lakesides on a 48 finish. At that point, I fell to my knees, but for John Desmarais, just a 3-2 lead right now against his good friend Sven Verdonk. The shoulders are down, the head.
Six-leg John to throw first.
That's not smacking to me, someone that's leading 3-2. He has to find some positivity within. A big win here, sets himself up tomorrow, and the competition,
25.
John, starts again Thursday. So lift that chin up. And smack a max in.
There's an element, I suppose, now where you just think, right, I know the situation I'm in. Do you try and, without going over the top, just try and relax the shoulders a little bit and just try and enjoy it a little bit? Because, look, this is a great opportunity for these players, and they would have looked forward to this for weeks when they got the phone call.
Yeah, if I was Sven, I would be throwing the darts. I would have threw 3 darts by now. Just try something different, because both me and you, and probably a lot of people who are watching right now, saw a real improvement in Sven earlier. This game feels like one of them ones where it's a grueler again, and I don't think it's suiting his throw. For John, absolutely well spotted. I think he's so tight in the shoulders because he looks fresh.
100.
He looks relaxed. He looks like a man who's really happy to be here. And absolutely just shake all them nerves and tension out of your body. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. I've been on a stage and had a 50 average with the commentators probably saying exactly the same.
140.
Relax, Glenn.
Just had a tweet from former BDO World Trophy champion Peter Machin.
134.
Giving his support to Jeremy Fagg this week. And he says he believes he's got more in the locker than this as well, which is a frightening thought for the field.
Yeah, and Jeremy said that on social media himself. The best is still to come, so that does make it very, very interesting tomorrow.
85. John Uruguay, 157.
Hope you're well, Peter.
Oh, 119. Sven Uruguay, 135.
Look at the bullseye first dart. Advantage Desmarais. Now it's what and how are you going to get this 38 finish? And
55.
Sometimes Henry can walk to the hockey and change your mind.
38.
But it's 38 for the match.
He's going to split. And he's going to hit. And John Desmarais moves himself onto 6 points in the group. He gets the better Sven Verdonk by 4 legs to 2. And he wins that all Belgian affair. John Desmarais with an average of 87.24, 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing. And that may inspire him and give him a bit of confidence going into tomorrow's action. As for Sven Verdonk, we've seen some good stuff in the middle portion of the day. And we hopefully see the best of him on day 3. One final game to go is Warburton-Barilli after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Gareth Trilling. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
The final match of the day features Mark Barilli and Mike Warburton, who will go level on points with Jeremy Fagg at the top of the table if he wins this curtain closer. Before we get this one going, though, it's time to reveal the answer of the tungsten teaser. So Henry set the task of naming the 8 Super Series participants to have been runner-up in a World Youth Championship in any code, and these are those 8. So Van Peer, Davis, Rafferty and Payne, all PDC World Youth Championship finalists. Owen Ruloff's contest to the JDC final, Charlie Large, last year's WDF. Harry Ward reached a BDO final, and Nathan Gervin has been in both the PDC and BDO finals. So if you got those right, well done. See Henry for a prize. He's alongside Glenn Durrant for today's final fixture.
Badges, Chris, only chuffedy badges. But will Warburton be chuffed with his day's work by the end of proceedings today? Because a win here will put him level on points with Jeremy Fagg overnight. Now, he can't gazump him in the league table because of the Australian superior legs difference. But if he puts it on to 16 points, it means we've got a severely good race for the line when it comes to tomorrow evening. And when you look at the fixtures for tomorrow's action here at the Super Series, well, just having a look at the last round of fixtures in the group, Jeremy Fagg against Mike Warburton is their last game.
Wow. But don't rule out Robert Thornton just yet. But he can only get to 22 points. Meaning either Warburton or Fagg would still top the group if they can win 4 out of 5. So much to play for. We're already ruling out Mark Barilli winning this game, so that's totally unfair for the man who's at Lakeside again this year and can produce fantastic darts
60.
when he switches that light on.
Well, realistically, Thornton can really only let Jeremy Fagg get to 20 points because of the superior legs difference.
He doesn't like them 2 darts, and
41.
visually is telling you he ain't happy with them. But all I would say, Mike Walton would be absolutely delighted to see the reaction from Mark, because that's telling me he's not in the right zone. He'll hate them darts.
100.
But watch Mike Warburton throw a bad dart and he'll tell you nothing. There's the shake of the head.
44.
If I was to say one word to Mark Barilli after this game's done, the word I would say is regroup. Because we've seen some good stuff yesterday, but today just hasn't quite been his day. And he's the type of player that's got this flair about him.
Yeah.
That going into tomorrow, he could turn up and easily win all 5. He's that kind of player. But it's just not quite happened for him today.
Yeah, I don't think I could think of the word so far today, but I think flair is the right one. He is one of them. And like many of them we said, when they get the timing right, when they get the throw perfect. And sometimes the winner of the MODUS Super Series is the one who's the most consistent.
41.
And right now you've got to look at Fagg and Warburton have been the most consistent. Thornton's been up and down, and we haven't seen the best of the rest.
100.
And Group B and C are not going to be easy affairs. The players joining Group B are Sam Kankit, Chaz Barstow and Reece Robinson.
Wow.
Whilst Group C, Scott Walters, Mal Cumming and Dom Taylor. That is incredibly tough.
So read that Group B out again, and let's assume it's Warburton and Thornton, and read that 5 out again.
Warburton, Thornton, Kankit, Barstow, Robinson, and obviously
what a
Mike
session that would be.
100.
anything can happen. Warburton then, ton for the opening leg. Tops.
60.
Oh, that was a dangerous
Marker
last
for
dad who just sort of threw that
134.
with half anger. It was a little bit close to the treble 20 for my liking.
58.
Advantage
Mike
Warby after
Require
18
40.
darts. For a hold, a throw. Nothing
In front of the
spectacular,
first leg,
but
Mike
enough.
Warburton.
The 5 out of 5 is very much on.
Will it be
Second leg,
5-star
Mark
Warby
to throw
today?
first. Game on.
This is more like it, Mark.
121. $60.
You remember a group called 5 Star?
I know there's a TV channel called it.
I remember the group in the 80s. You call yourself a quizman.
100.
Dare I say I was born in the 21st century?
Don't be nasty, Glenn. Don't be nasty.
100.
Put it this way, the day I was born, the UK number 1 was
59.
Rock DJ by Robbie Williams. Yeah.
$100.
Used to have something at home which demonstrated what happened on the year I was born.
58.
Well, as for Barilli, well, that was a bit of a miscalculation, leaving 1-6-3 there. And so that's opened up the door for Warby. And he slammed it right open.
180. $52. Mike requires 61.
Options here, but the most common route is going for the bull, but the times is it the bull that time for double 18.
Game
Sweet
second
as a
leg,
nut.
Mike Warburton.
Now over the 90 average, a beautiful 14 darter there from White Warburton. He's been excellent today, hasn't he?
Third leg,
This
Mike
is a
to
man
Crowford.
that is seeing a
Game on.
finishing line in front of him, is seeing a perfect day in front of him, and he is running. He is charging towards it. And it just looks like there is no obstacle
60.
and no barrier in his wake.
$55.
Yeah, could be a fantastic finale tomorrow. Mike Warburton against Jeremy Fagg in the last round of games. Imagine if it comes down to that match. And so many times these Group A's come to the penultimate match, the final
60.
game. So please stay with us tomorrow for this conclusion. For our first playthrough to Saturday night.
121.
And stay with us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel because there's plenty of darting delights on there. There's a extended interview with Danny Lauby. I took him down the beach last week. Of course, typical of American in England.
140.
It was in the pouring rain. Highlights of every session also available on there, as well as the live action we're bringing to you. 8 sessions a week here,
36.
50 weeks of the year at the MODUS Super Series. We'll be crowning 4 champions in 2023.
100.
Series 2 went to Raymond Smith. Series 3 to Luke Littler. Series 4 will be crowned in August. And Series 5 will be just before Christmas.
97.
And then we'll begin Series
Mike
6 in
require
2024.
141.
Will we be seeing Luke Littler again? Will he be defending?
Well, he said he really wants to defend it. And obviously this year he can defend it. I think the
83.
issue you got with Luke Littler is you're probably not going to see him in 2024 here because he's going to more likely than not, because of his development tour exploits, obtain that tour card.
125.
Use those two-dart combinations. This time we'll be looking at tops for Warby. So good on the double 16 bed. That's the marker. Don't be too worried about that.
38.
But the flight path of the final one as the puff of cheeks
67.
comes out. This 3-0 is a huge, huge lead. 58 left. But that's saying, oh dear. Do you remember the first couple of darts of the first day on Monday? It was just missing big numbers.
27.
Surely Warburton will swallow this up.
50% on the double so far. Doesn't usually need second invitations. No need to send another RSVP to Mike Warburton. It might be a case of sending an SOS to Mark Barilli, though. Warburton leading 3-0 and on the cusp of being the major mover on moving day. Move on to 16 points.
22.
Level with Jeremy Fagg at the top of it. Going into the final day's forays here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$100.
Steady ton to start. In case you're wondering
81.
Why you haven't heard the tones of Glenn Durrant, he has left the salubrious surroundings of the commentary box to come and join Chris Murphy up on the balcony to reflect on all of the day's action.
60.
We've got some run to the line here at the Live Lounge. Just to mark your card as to how the fixtures pan out for the beginning of the day tomorrow. Jeremy Fagg will play game 2 against Mark Barilli, whilst Mike Warburton's opener is in match 3 against Robert Thornton as he looks to close this one out in double quick time. Max?
125.
Not this time. So 6 for the match for Mike Warburton from 161 to get the job done and to claim a 4-0 success. It would have meant that 4 of the last 5 games of the day had been 4-0. And he nearly did it in the perfect style. With, well, the biggest outshot we have seen throughout the course of the week.
95. Mike, you require 25.
To win it in style, to win it 4-0, and to cap off a superb day's performance.
17.
But he's not over the line yet.
Mark, you require 138.
And so Barilli wants the Della for a Hail Mary. Well, I don't know what's happened there. He's on 38 for tops.
80.
Interesting play,
Mike,
interesting ploy, but Warburton back for double 4 for a 4-0 win. But he's passed the score, and Barilli comes back.
Mark, you require 58.
Wanting 58 to pull it back to 3-1.
48.
But he can't take advantage of it. And Warburton is reprieved.
8.
Double 2.
Game.
And
shot.
Mike Warburton
And
rounds off a
Mike
4-0
Warburton.
win to round off the perfect day from his perspective. And him and Jeremy Fagg will go into the last round of games tomorrow. Joint top of the table. It'll be Fagg on legs difference, but Warburton for 4-0 win has very much made him an interested spectator to the Darty Party in Pompey. Those are the stats then from our final game of the day. Warburton winning it and summing up all of the action up on the balcony. Glenn Durrant is in the company of Chris Murphy.
He certainly is. Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, we'll take a final look at the table. It really does tell the story, not just of today, but of course the first 2 days. Start with Jeremy Fagg at the top. Both days in a row, Glenn, he's lost his first match, but then won his next 4.
Yeah, and the feedback I'm getting is that he's there's more to come as well for him, so he could have a really big day tomorrow. For Mike Warburton, I think he's been so solid. 5 out of 5 is spectacular.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from him. Robert Thornton, though, similar day to yesterday, but we saw some explosive stuff from him. And, I mean, he lost that match with the 106 average, didn't he?
Yeah, he's had a strange 2 days, but he's still quite chipper downstairs. He seems quite happy in himself, and he knows this. You know, he knows the score here at the MODUS Super Series, so he won't be panicking just yet. But even if he gets the potential 5 out of 5 tomorrow, puts him on 22 points. The guys are looking for so many permutations. So exciting! Can't wait for tomorrow.
Possibly a bit of a lonely race for him, because it looks like the ones below him are in Group C and the 2 above him are fighting for top spot.
Yeah, he could be like in the mid there, but he'd be thinking 5 out of 5. He's capable of doing it. You know, that game that he had with Warburton was the highlight of the day for me and the highlight of the week so far.
Well, there is a grandstand finish set up, certainly between the top 2. They're level on points, as you just saw. The action resumes tomorrow live here on the YouTube channel, but also on Sporty Stuff TV from 9:30 a.m. But as far as today is concerned, well, it was all about Mike's 5 Ws as the wonderful Welshman Warby went and won them all.